Chapter 1026. Above the clouds, there was a pavilion. At this moment, 3 figures were sitting within it. Xiao Yan glanced at Haimachin, who was in front of him. His heart involuntarily felt a little surprised. Haimachin in front of him looked exactly the same as Gu Yu or the Tu-Shi ancient god. The only difference was the color of their hair. Haimachin's hair was ocean blue. Other than that, there was no other difference. Xiao Yan involuntarily thought of the other person other than Haimachin when he thought about how these 2 people looked the same, Yi Honglian. Back then, Gu had once told him that Yi Honglian was a woman with a fiery temper. Now that he thought about it, just what kind of scene would it be if her appearance was the same as the 2 of them? Xiao Yan quietly quivered in his heart when he thought of this. He did not dare to continue thinking about it. Haha, little fellow, the speed of your growth has far exceeded my expectations. Originally, I thought that you would at the very most be a 5-star Do-D by the time you arrived at my place. It is unexpected that your cultivation has already reached the advanced 7-star Do-D class. Moreover, from the looks of the battle earlier, it seems that you still have many trump cards that you have yet to use. Haimachin wore an amiable smile as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. He repeatedly nodded. After seeing Xiao Yan's performance today, he was certain that it was the latter. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly when he heard Haimachin's words. The former's eyes were extremely sharp. Although he had already seen the needle formed from the Great Void Tao, he still did not believe that it was his only trump card. It must be said that it was really impossible to hide anything in front of these fellows. Haha, I say, you were full of praise when you were watching the show earlier. Why have you become quiet now that you have seen him? At this moment, Haimachin turned his eyes to the black-robed old man on the other side. His face was filled with ridicule as he teased. Xiao Yan also turned his eyes over after hearing this. Heh, you old geezer, this old man didn't say anything because I wanted to give you face and let you talk with this brat a little longer. You're really good, forcing this old man to speak. Hearing Haimachin's words, the black-robed old man also curled his lips. Then, he looked at Xiao Yan with a strange smile. His gaze constantly sized him up, as if he was looking at some kind of treasure. Heh, little guy, your physique is pretty good. You seem to have done some research on physical strength from your battle just now. You can even materialize your physical strength. Heh, it's impossible for an ordinary person to achieve such a feat without some years of experience. Hee, Xiao Yan, this old fellow is usually quite humble. For him to say such words to you, it can be considered as a very high evaluation of you. Haimachin giggled. The words that came out of his mouth were true. The black-robed old man also chuckled and said, anyway, the brat below doesn't have this ability. Let me praise him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not dare to neglect. He knew that the person who could sit at the same table as Haimachin was definitely extraordinary. To be able to receive the praise of the latter, it was naturally an honor. He immediately stood up and bowed. Forget about those complicated formalities. It's no big deal. It's just a one-sided thing, the black-robed old man said in an unconcerned manner. A gentle smile appeared on his fierce-looking face. Immediately after, he began to laugh and scold Haimachin. I say, old man, you keep calling me old fellow. If this brat doesn't know, he would think that this old man doesn't have a name. Can't you introduce me? Haimachin laughed again when he heard this. Xiao Yan, who was at the side, grinned. Facing these 2, he really did not dare to relax. This old fellow is the ancestor of the Sea Shark clan. At the same time, he is also the one and only strongest person in the sea. His name is Hai Zhantian. You can call him Old Thief Hai or Old Thing. Haimachin teased with a smile. Hai Zhantian, on the other hand, glared at the latter with an unhappy face. What he got in return was a shameless and playful expression. However, Xiao Yan, who heard Haimachin's words at this moment, was greatly shocked in his heart. He could naturally hear that Haimachin's words did not contain any intention of joking. The ancestor of the Sea Shark clan. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Xiao Yan. The Sea Shark clan was one of the 3 strongest factions in the North Sea. Who would have thought that their ancestor would actually have such a relationship with Haimachin? Moreover, what shocked Xiao Yan the most was the phrase, the strongest person in the sea. Just this sentence alone already contained boundless weight. The 2 great magical beast clans in the North Sea had reproduced for at least several thousand years. Their foundations were enormous and were definitely especially terrifying. There was no lack of extremely powerful existences within them. Xiao Yan did not doubt that there were probably quite a few powerhouses on the level of origin kings and origin emperors in the sea. The title of the strongest person was not something that just anyone could bear. At the very least, Xiao Yan suspected that Hai Zhantian's strength was at least at the origin ancestor realm in order to be worthy of this title. Origin ancestor, just thinking about this realm made Xiao Yan's heart burn with passion. However, he did not know how long he would have to wait for that day to arrive. Immediately, Xiao Yan hurriedly stood up. He cupped his hands together and bowed to Hai Zhantian. He respectfully said, Junior Xiao Yan greets Senior Hai Zhantian. Hai Zhantian's expression immediately changed when he heard this. He chuckled at Xiao Yan and said, Not bad, kid. Huh, little fellow, you're not bad. How about this, if you're willing, you don't have to call me senior. Just take me as your master and call me master in the future. I guarantee that as long as you're in the North Sea, no one will dare to touch you. If this old fellow in front of you wants to touch you, feel free to fight back. I'll back you up. How about it? Although he clearly knew that Hai Zhantian was joking, Xiao Yan did not dare to be negligent as he cupped his fists and apologized. On the other hand, Haimachin joked with Hai Zhantian for a while longer before he put away the joking expression on his face. His expression became serious once more as he turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan and said in a serious tone, Xiao Yan, I've talked about this guy. Now, I feel that it's time for me to talk to you about the matters between us. Hearing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became serious. He naturally knew what Hai Mo Chen was referring to. He nodded his head gently and said, That's right. Senior, please feel free to speak your mind. To the side, Hai Zhantian immediately fell silent when he saw the 2 act this way. In order not to disturb the 2, he stood up and walked out of the pavilion to enjoy the scenery in the distance. Chapter 1027. Xiao Yan, you should already be aware of my identity, right? Xiao Yan and Haimachin were seated opposite each other in the pavilion. Hai Zhantian was seated alone a short distance away. He was looking at the distant sky in a bored manner. Occasionally, he would lower his eyebrows and think. It seemed as though he was worried about something. Yes, Gu once told me that your actual body is the Sea Heart Flame, which is ranked 15th on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Xiao Yan nodded and replied without any hesitation. A melancholy involuntarily flashed across Haimachin's weathered eyes when he heard Xiao Yan mention Guyu. Although they had not met for 1,000 years, they still appreciated each other. Now that Guyu had passed away, Haimachin was a little reluctant to part with him. Fortunately, he had met Xiao Yan. This also meant that the day they would meet again was not far away. That's right, my actual body is the Sea Heart Flame. Although my ranking on the Heavenly Flame ranking is lower than that old fellow, you should not underestimate me. This junior does not dare. Haimachin teased. Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands together. The latter smiled upon seeing this and immediately said, Little fellow, I came here to visit you. Other than my actual body, the Sea Heart Flame, you have also come to look for me this time around, right? Haimachin smiled as he extended his hand. A blue flame immediately rose from his palm and swiftly transformed into a remnant scroll. When Xiao Yan focused his attention on it, a fiery hot glint immediately surged in his eyes. This is the flame art. This remnant scroll was none other than a remnant of the flame art. Back then, Gu had told Xiao Yan that the other half of the flame art was in the hands of 5 people. Currently, the portion in Gu Yu's hands had already been obtained by Xiao Yan. Other than Haimachin, Xiao Yan knew that only Yi Honglian possessed the remaining portion. As for the other 2, Xiao Yan did not even know their identities. It would be a long time before he could obtain them. Of course, it was still too early to talk about these things. What was important was the portion of the flame art that Hai Machin currently possessed. If he could obtain it, Xiao Yan's flame art would naturally become more complete. At that time, the level of his qi method would naturally not be affected after he swallowed the heavenly flame. More accurately speaking, this is only a portion of the flame art. You have already refined the portion in Gu Yu's hands. Come to think of it, the portion in my hands is what you need the most now. Hai Mo Chen smiled as he looked at the fiery hot face of Xiao Yan in front of him. At the same time he spat out the words from his mouth, he flicked his finger. A ray of light immediately shot between Xiao Yan's brows. I will temporarily place this in your body. You can refine it yourself when you have the time. Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled when he sensed the cluster of energy that suddenly surged into his mind. However, he quickly calmed down and nodded with a heart filled with wild joy. It was a long while later before he gradually withdrew his excitement. Hai Machin was not the least bit anxious about this. He continued to smile as he looked at the young man in front of him. There was some anticipation deep within his eyes. Can you tell me roughly what level your flame mantra has reached? Hearing Hai Mo Chen's question, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He pondered for a moment before replying. It should be equivalent to a human rank high-level qi method. Only human rank high-level ha. This will not be of much help to your current cultivation. However, you have still grown to such an extent. I must say that your cultivation talent is really frightening. Hai Machin frowned. While he was a little surprised by Xiao Yan's qi method level, he could not help but exclaim. Xiao Yan smiled in a noncommittal manner when he heard this. He cupped his hands together and said, "You're too kind. Senior, you flatter me." This junior was only able to successfully break through due to some luck. Even if it's luck, not everyone will have your luck. You must remember that from a certain point of view, luck itself is also a part of strength. On this continent, there are many people who rely on luck. However, there are very few who can truly grasp it. However, since you can grasp this luck, it is already a part of your strength. However, you must also remember that you can't rely on luck for everything. In the end, you still need to be down to earth in order to pursue strength. I believe that you should be very clear about this point. Xiao Yan nodded solemnly when he heard this. Hai Machin slowly stood up and looked back at the large island below the clouds. His heart was filled with emotions. Beihai College. Back then, it was just a spur of the moment. I did not expect it to be established for 1,000 years. Now, it is finally time for me to leave. Xiao Yan by the side walked forward. He glanced at the academy below and opened his mouth. However, he did not know what to say. You don't need to have any psychological burden. My existence was originally to wait for your arrival. This is where my duty lies. Besides, even if I leave, this college will still be here. Everything here will still be here. It's just that I won't be here anymore. Patting Xiao Yan's shoulder, Hai Machin had a relaxed look on his face. He looked like he had thrown away a huge burden, but there was also a hint of reluctance. After all, this was the college that he had built with his own hands. No matter what he said, there would still be reluctance in his heart. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Moreover, this college had accompanied him for 1,000 years. Old man, I plan to leave here. What about you? Turning his head, Hai Machin's gaze landed on Hai Zhantian again as he spoke with a carefree smile. Of course I'm going back. Don't tell me that I'm going to stay behind and help you guard this college. Hai Zhantian's face was unconcerned as he curled his lips. Seeing this, Hai Machin smiled. Changing the topic, he asked, how is your granddaughter? If she comes out from the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, her cultivation should have reached a 9-star Do D. That's for sure. That little girl's cultivation talent is very good. However, just as Hai Zhantian finished laughing, he couldn't help but frown. With a thought, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed with a faint light. Then, a dark blue bead the size of a palm appeared in his palm. The moment this bead entered his hand, Hai Zhantian did not hesitate to crush it. At the same time, a light screen quickly formed in the empty space in front of him. The scene that appeared on the screen was a huge whirlpool at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, this whirlpool was shaking intensely under the gazes of the three people. It could be clearly seen that waves of water uncontrollably flowed toward the center of the whirlpool, as though they were trying to fill it up. "This is a message from my sea shark clan, the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Damn it, something has indeed happened there." The moment he saw this scene in front of him, Hai Zhantian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that the thing that he was worried about in his heart would actually happen. "Where is Li Kong? Call that old man out." Recovering, Hai Zhantian immediately stared at Hai Machin and cried out in a hurried voice. "There's no choice. Li Kong left the academy half a year ago and has not returned until now." Seeing the message that appeared on the light screen, Hai Machin also frowned. He knew how serious this matter was. However, due to the current situation, he could only helplessly shake his head. He also did not expect that something would happen to the empty realm at the bottom of the sea at this moment. Where are the others? Are there no other array masters in the academy? Hai Zhantian was a little anxious. There were no array masters in the Sea clan, and this matter could only be completed by array masters. Therefore, he could only place all his hopes on Beihai College. It's useless. Although there are array masters in the academy, there are no array masters above rank 5. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea is a natural array. Ordinary array masters are useless. We need to find a rank 5 array master at the very least. Damn it. In this vast sea, where are we going to find a rank 5 array master? Hai Zhantian's heart immediately became furious when he heard Hai Machin's words. He had yet to use any strength when the empty space around him suddenly emitted a bang and collapsed. This scene caused Xiao Yan's heart to jump when he saw it. Hai Zhantian's strength could really be described as frightening. However, it was also at this moment that the empty space beside Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a somewhat illusionary human figure slowly appeared in front of the three of them. At the same time, a smile that was filled with confidence was spat out. A rank 5 array master? If that's the case, then there's no need to trouble ourselves to find one. Chapter 1028. In the pavilion above the clouds, the two old men looked at the smiling Xiao Xian beside Xiao Yan in surprise. They were both shocked and overjoyed. With their strength, they naturally knew of Xiao Xian's existence long ago, but they never expected him to be a rank 5 array master. This was truly a glimmer of hope at one's darkest hour. Of course, Xiao Yan was also surprised by this. He did not expect Xiao Xian to take the initiative to come forward. However, when he saw the expression on Hai Zhantian's face, he more or less understood what was going on. From Hai Zhantian's expression, he could tell that the undersea void realm seemed to be very important to him. If he could use this to make Hai Zhantian have a good impression of them, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to Xiao Yan. Hai Zhantian was the strongest person in the Sea clan. It could be said that he alone could influence the entire Sea clan. If he could gain his favor, it would be akin to gaining the closeness of the entire Sea clan. Such a good thing was something that ordinary people could only wish for. The undersea void realm was a natural array formation located in the depths of the North Sea. There was a hidden universe within the array formation, and there was a self-contained space that had been formed over countless years. The environment of the undersea void realm was basically the same as the continent outside the North Sea. There were also mountains and rivers, as well as countless magical beasts. Hence, it had become a training ground for the younger generation of the Sea clan. The undersea void realm was not controlled by humans. It would automatically open once every 10 years, and it would remain open for half a year each time. During this half a year, the younger generation of the Sea clan would have the opportunity to compete with each other. However, due to man-made reasons, the undersea void realm would open once every 3 years for half a year. It was also because of these reasons that the natural array formation that formed the undersea void realm was gradually unable to hold on. Until the last time it opened, Hai Zhantian had already faintly sensed that the space of the undersea void realm was unstable, and that the opening of the array formation might lead to unforeseen events. Even so, this was only his personal conjecture. Hence, he did not stop the opening of the undersea void realm this time. However, he never expected that what he was most worried about would happen in the end. Once the formation that supported the void realm at the bottom of the sea collapsed, it meant that the independent space within it would be destroyed along with it. The younger generation of the oceanic clan that entered it was bound to be unable to escape. Once those people died within it, it would absolutely be the most painful blow to the oceanic clan. The result would be irreversible. Furthermore, due to the special nature of the undersea void realm, experts above the origin realm could not enter. If they forcefully interfered, it would only backfire. Therefore, the only way to save the younger generation of the sea tribe was to find a formation master and do his best to stabilize the void realm at the bottom of the sea. This would create enough time for the younger generation of the sea tribe to leave the void realm at the bottom of the sea. In order to do this, one would need at least a rank 5 array master. However, due to the departure of the only advanced array master in Beihai College, Li Kong, there was no help in the undersea void realm. If other array masters could not be found, then the younger generation of the sea clan in the undersea void realm would no longer have a chance to survive. All of these were the reasons why Hai Machin and Hai Zhantian were so anxious. However, what they did not expect was that Xiao Yan, who was by their side at this moment, would actually become their life-saving straw during this kind of crisis. Xiao Xian's appearance instantly broke the deadlock of certain death. The appearance of a Tier 5 array master turned the seemingly irreversible situation around. The undersea void realm was located at the border between the Sea Shark clan and the Sea Serpent clan. Hence, the undersea void realm was naturally under the jurisdiction of the two clans. It was also because of this that all the younger generation of the two clans would enter together when the undersea void realm opened. The number of people who entered the undersea void realm was as high as thousands. And these people were the future hope of the two clans. If there were no accidents, when these young people of the Sea clan had truly grown up, they would definitely become the leaders of the two clans in the future. They would lead the entire Sea clan and continue to multiply and strengthen. It could be said that these thousands of people were related to the survival of the entire Sea clan. Under Hai Zhantian's lead, the group of 4 quickly left Beihai College and dived into the boundless deep sea. This time, Xiao Yan could be considered to have witnessed how terrifying Hai Zhantian was. If it were an ordinary powerhouse, it would take several months to travel. However, Hai Zhantian only used half an hour to bring the 3 of them there. This terrifying speed was simply shocking. When the group of 4 arrived here, they saw a huge energy vortex that was 1,000 feet high. It stood above the abyss at the bottom of the sea. On both sides of the vortex, there were 2 stalagmite-like stone pillars. The 2 stalagmite-like stone pillars set off each other. They shone with a faint light, which was quite mysterious. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could tell at a glance that these 2 stone pillars must be the natural formation that formed the undersea void realm. As expected of the power of heaven and earth. Such a mystical natural formation is really unheard of. On the side, Xiao Xian also looked at the 2 huge stone pillars in front of him with admiration. His eyes flashed with a bright light. If he could cultivate and comprehend the Tao of formations here, it would be a great opportunity for him. When the 4 of them arrived, there were already many people gathered in front of the undersea void realm. These people were the powerhouses of the 2 clans, and their cultivations were extremely terrifying. However, although these people were gathered here, they were all frowning with worry on their faces. They were like ants on a hot pan, not knowing what to do. The changes in the undersea void realm made these guys, who were usually unhurried about everything, feel serious for the first time. At this moment, when the members of the 2 sea clans saw Hai Zhantian's group, a look of anticipation appeared on their faces. The leaders of the 2 clans quickly walked towards Hai Zhantian's group with the clansmen behind them. "Father, the changes in the undersea void realm, all right, there's no need to say any more. I already know. Hai Zhantian furrowed his eyebrows tightly as he spoke. Then, he walked through the crowd. The people behind him did not dare to delay as they immediately followed him. Other than the middle-aged man who had addressed Hai Zhantian as father, there was another middle-aged man with red hair who was wearing a dark red robe. Behind him, there was a group of experts from the sea serpent tribe. Chapter 1029. Everyone followed Hai Zhantian and arrived in front of the underwater void realm. Behind them, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were led by Hai Machin. The leaders of the two sea tribes gathered on both sides. Seeing that Hai Machin had brought in the young-looking Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian, who was a spiritual body, their eyes were filled with suspicion. In particular, when they saw Xiao Yan's cultivation, they frowned. How could such a brat enter this place? However, the thing that caused everyone present to be shocked was that Hai Zhantian turned around with a solemn face after Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian arrived in front of him. His old eyes were fixed on Xiao Xian, who was a spiritual body. After which, he cupped his hands to Xiao Xian in front of everyone present and solemnly said, "Brother Hai Zhantian. Sir, I'll leave the maintenance of this formation to you." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the sea tribe experts behind him were in an uproar. They did not expect Hai Zhantian to show such an attitude to a junior. Moreover, from his words, it seemed that he intended to entrust the matter of repairing the underwater void realm to him. This caused the expressions of many people present to change. In the crowd of the sea serpent clan, an old man in a robe also frowned. Among all the people who entered the underwater void realm, one of them was his grandson. If something happened to his grandson because of the wrong person, he would not be able to accept it. "Senior Hai, I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate for you to do this. The underwater void realm is a natural formation, and its attributes are special. Now that the formation is in trouble, we should invite Master Li Kong of Beihai College to come. Why did you find a rank 5 formation master? Just him, are you doubting my decision?" However, before the elder could finish speaking, Hai Zhantian abruptly turned his gaze as his ice-cold eyes instantly landed on the elder's body. A formidable aura instantly caused the elder to be so terrified that he was unable to move. Even the expressions of the other people present drastically changed. They never expected that Hai Zhantian would actually be so furious over this matter. Immediately after, the red-haired middle-aged man who was the leader of the sea serpent clan hurriedly moved his feet and stood behind the old man. He then bowed to Hai Zhantian and said, "The matter of the underwater void realm is of great importance. My clansmen are just too worried about the safety of their grandson inside. That's why they asked. They did not mean to question Senior. Please understand." What? His grandson is inside, but my granddaughter is still inside. Am I not worried if he's worried? If you don't trust the person this old man invited, you can think of a way to maintain the formation yourself. I won't stop you. But if you dare to delay and something happens to this old man's granddaughter, let alone your grandson, this old man will make your bloodline disappear from the North Sea. The furious rebuke caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Their hearts were filled with terror, especially the old man who had spoken earlier. At this moment, his entire face had turned deathly pale. Hai Zhantian coldly snorted, and then his expression quickly turned around. He smiled at Xiao Xian before him and said, "That's right. Sir, please. As long as the people inside can come out safe and sound, I, Hai Zhantian, guarantee that my Sea Shark clan will owe you a favor. Senior is too polite. This matter is reasonable for me to help. As long as I can help the people inside successfully escape danger, I will do my best." Hearing this, Xiao Xian cupped his fists with a solemn face. Then, he stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the entrance of the empty realm. Just as he was about to make a move, he turned around and looked at Hai Zhantian again. He said with a solemn face, then, he said with a grave expression, "Senior, this is the first time I have come into contact with the underwater void realm. Therefore, I am not completely confident that I can repair it, so, don't worry, just do it. I won't blame you. If anything happens, this old man will take responsibility for it." Hai Zhantian naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Xian's words. He immediately nodded without hesitation. Then, his sharp gaze slowly swept across the two clans behind him. Anyone who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. Then, Xiao Xian no longer hesitated. He calmed his mind and began to mobilize all of his spiritual strength. It turned into waves of golden light and poured into the huge energy vortex in front of him without reservation. Sure enough, after a short while, as the golden light poured in, the violent shaking of the underwater void realm gradually calmed down. Even the seawater that was constantly pouring in was cut off. Seeing this scene, everyone's face suddenly revealed a surprised expression. The stabilization of the underwater void realm was undoubtedly the result they wanted to see the most. However, things did not seem to be that simple. In front of the crowd, Hai Mochan and Hai Zhantian were still frowning. They knew that the scene in front of them was only the surface. Even if the surface was calm, there must be an undercurrent under the water. The underwater void realm was a natural formation. How could it be so easy to repair it? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Although only 2 days had passed, Xiao Xian's body, which was already slightly illusory, had already become transparent, and his massive soul power was still constantly being consumed. On the other hand, no one had stepped out of the underwater void realm in front of them yet. According to the current situation, if the seabed void realm returned to stability, then the Sea Clan people would definitely escape from it quickly. However, judging from the current situation, the situation was not as smooth as they had imagined. Cough cough, at a certain moment, the illusionary Xiao Xian finally withdrew from his long-seated state. He coughed intensely as he slowly turned his body around. Xiao Yan, who had been observing him from behind, hurriedly moved and stepped forward to help him up. Sensing the weak aura in Xiao Xian's body, Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a worried expression. At the same time, all the people of the Sea tribe present also looked at Xiao Xian with anticipation. "Sir, how is the situation inside?" Hai Zhantian suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked Xiao Xian in a low voice. Xiao Xian slowly shook his head when he heard that. Everyone's heart sank when they saw that. They never thought that they would fail at the last moment. Immediately, many of the people present could not help but reveal a mournful expression. If they had known this would happen, they would not have let their juniors enter the underwater void realm. Who would have thought that the training ground that they had always held in high regard would actually become their grave in the end? This really caused everyone present to feel endless regret in their hearts. "Senior, my spiritual strength is limited, and I can't completely repair the entrance of the underwater void realm. However, in my opinion, it's not like we don't have any other way." Xiao Xian's sudden words were like a willow branch that was extended to them when they were stuck in a swamp. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Xian again in unison with a fiery light in their eyes. Xiao Xian did not dare to delay any longer when he sensed everyone's gazes on him. After panting for a moment, he stared at Hai Zhantian and said in a serious voice, after taking a breather, he said in a serious tone, "We must choose one person to enter the underwater void realm and use external force to open the array that seals the entrance." Chapter 1030. The moment Xiao Xian's words sounded, the people present immediately faced each other. After a couple of breaths, a series of shouts immediately sounded. I am willing to go in. Let me open that tunnel." "Me too, I also want to go in." Faced with this situation, Xiao Xian could not help but frown. He opened his mouth, but the words that came out of his mouth were easily drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. "All of you, shut up." Soon after, Hai Zhantian let out a loud cry. A frightening pressure immediately descended on the heads of the people behind him. The people, who had been arguing non-stop a moment ago, instantly became quiet. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian could not help but sigh in their hearts. It was really good to have strength. It was convenient to do anything, and one did not need to worry when speaking. Instead, one needed others to listen to them. "Didn't you hear what Mr. said earlier? Only one person can be chosen to enter. Moreover, that person's cultivation must be below the origin transformation realm. Your group of old fellows is neither strong nor weak. How can you enter?" Seeing that everyone had become quiet, Hai Zhantian's expression was gloomy as he cursed. The people behind him all lowered their heads in fear. They did not even have the courage to look at the former. A long while later, the current tribe leaders of the Sea Serpent tribe and the Sea Shark tribe finally exchanged glances with each other. After which, they raised their heads with some hesitation and looked at Hai Zhantian. The red-haired tribe leader of the Sea Serpent tribe was the first to speak. Elder Hai, since this is the case, why don't you choose one of the elite Do-Di from my Sea Serpent tribe who has accompanied us on this trip? These people are all members of my Sea Serpent tribe's Central Abyss mansion. Their fighting strength is definitely among the top among those of the same level. Since you have already helped us invite a formation master, leave the matter of opening the entrance to the Void Realm to us. As he spoke, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Immediately, 20 people swiftly passed through the crowd and arrived beside the middle-aged man. They immediately bowed to Hai Zhantian. Turning his head, Hai Zhantian's gaze swept over these 20 people one by one. 29-star Do-Di. This kind of group could be considered not bad. Elder Hai can choose as you wish. These 20 people are all from my Yuan mansion, no need, not a single one of them. However, before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Hai Zhantian spoke in disdain. Immediately, it was not just the middle-aged man. Even the leaders of the Sea Serpent clan behind him paled. Although these 20 people could not be considered strong, they were definitely extremely strong existences among the Do-Di class. It could be said that no one of the same class was a match for them. The reason for this was due to the cruel selection system of the Sea Serpent tribe. The strength of the existences who stood out from the slaughter was something that even the younger generation of the Sea Shark tribe could not help but sigh in admiration. However, Hai Zhantian's words were like a heavy blow to the hearts of these people, immediately igniting their anger. Father, the vice-captain of our Sea Shark clan's Black Shark troop is also here. Why don't we let him try? After which, the blue-robed middle-aged man beside the red-haired middle-aged man involuntarily smiled in an embarrassed manner. He glanced at the person beside him before dryly laughing at Hai Zhantian. The faces of the leaders of the Sea Serpent clan immediately became gloomy when these words were uttered. The reason why Hai Zhantian said that the people from their Yuan mansion were not good was because he only trusted his own clan members. Immediately, someone involuntarily cried out loudly. Chief Hai, I heard that the vice-captain of your Black Shark troop is already an advanced 9-star Do-Di at such a young age. Since this is the case, why don't you let our two clans compete and see if the people from our Yuan mansion have the strength to enter the emptiness stage at the bottom of the sea? If we do, let our Yuan mansion, Elder Huan, I do not mean it that way. Enough. All of you shut up. I do not need any of these people. There is someone here who is more suitable than any of them. Before the words from the mouths of the two people behind him sounded, Hai Zhantian cried out angrily with an impatient face. Immediately, the two people behind him became quiet. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was beside Xiao Xian, involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have already guessed who the person that Hai Zhantian was talking about was. As expected, the latter's gaze landed on Xiao Yan soon after. The corner of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Hai Zhantian, on the other hand, stepped forward with a face full of smiles. Little fellow, I'll leave this matter to you. Xiao Yan helplessly smiled bitterly when he heard this. Since the other party had already put it in such a manner, he would feel a little apologetic if he did not step forward. Additionally, there was also Hai Machen's relationship. It was likely that he must intervene in this matter. Since Elder has said so, this junior will naturally do his best. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan nodded heavily with a solemn expression. He knew that since Hai Zhantian had chosen him without much consideration, it meant that Hai Zhantian had absolute confidence in him. Now, the burden of this matter had once again landed on his shoulders. Elder, let him go? How can we do this? Putting aside the fact that he is not a member of our Sea clan, just his mere cultivation of a 7-star Do-Di is enough for anyone from our Yuan clan to crush him. If we allow him to go, wouldn't we be disregarding the future of our Sea clan? Elder Hai, this matter concerns the future of our Sea clan. This matter is of great importance. This junior also hopes that you can reconsider. Father, this, in an instant, not only the leaders of the two clans, but even the two clan heads had once again voiced their objections. The voices of objection grew louder and louder. Hai Zhantian's expression had once again become gloomy. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan by the side narrowed his eyes. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile. His body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the 20 people from the Yuan clan. He did not pay any attention to the reprimands from the sea species leaders behind him. His eyes swept across the 20 people with a sharp gaze. Soon after, he smiled and said, "Since all of you are the best among the elite Do Di, why don't we do it this way? We will have a simple competition. Within 3 rounds, as long as any of you can touch the corner of my clothes, I will voluntarily withdraw from the matter of the underwater void realm." Once these faint words were emitted, not only did the 29-star Do Di from the Yuan clan in front of him, but even the expressions of the Sea clan leaders behind him also changed. "Humph, arrogant human brat. It is not up to you to intervene in the matters of our Sea clan. There is no need for them to attack together. As long as you can receive one of my attacks, we will admit defeat." An advanced 9-star Do Di stepped out from among the 20 people from the Yuan clan with a ferocious expression. His extremely cold voice also spread. Chapter 1031. As these words spread, the crowd behind immediately quietened down. Numerous gazes that were filled with ridicule and disdain swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and the person from the Yuan mansion. On the other hand, Hai Zhantian and Hai Machin, after hearing the conversation between the two, one had a cold expression while the other had a mocking expression. "Father, what do you think?" Seeing the two people in the arena who had drawn their swords in the blink of an eye, the clan leader of the Sea Shark clan involuntarily turned his gaze to Hai Zhantian. However, when he saw the cold expression on Hai Zhantian's face, the words that had reached his mouth were forcefully swallowed back down. "All right, let's end this quickly." Xiao Yan rubbed his eyebrows and replied indifferently. Immediately, his right hand slowly clenched into a fist. A powerful force gathered in his palm. The remaining people from the Yuan mansion behind the 9-star Do Di exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, they took the initiative to take a few steps back, leaving the space in front of them for the two of them. Numerous gazes revealed an expression of disdain when they looked at Xiao Yan. One could imagine the result of a 7-star Do Di facing a 9-star Do Di even if one used one's heel. Humph, he actually dares to accept it. This brat is really seeking death. Shuekui once killed 10 Do Di with his own strength. This brat is actually stupid enough to agree to be his opponent. I'm afraid that he would be crippled with just one punch from Shuekui. Ha 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 ha. The group of people from the Yuan mansion crossed their arms as they looked at the two people in front of them. Their words were filled with cold laughter. Although the two of them had yet to attack, they seemed to have already seen Xiao Yan's miserable and painful appearance when he was defeated. Of course, not everyone had the same thoughts. At the very least, the clan leaders of the two large sea clans involuntarily carried some doubt when they looked at Xiao Yan. A person who was thought so highly of by Hai Zhantian, dared to take the initiative to attack, and dared to say such unruly words in the face of 29-star Do Di. This kind of person was either a fool or someone who had absolute confidence in his own strength. And the Xiao Yan in front of him was obviously not a fool. Although they had already thought of this point in their hearts, these two clan heads still involuntarily held some doubt in their hearts. After all, even from their point of view, the gap between Xiao Yan and this 9-star Do Di was really too great. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to win. "Humph, kid, I admire your courage. But unfortunately, many things can't be done with courage alone." Shuekui sneered as he looked at Xiao Yan with a ferocious expression. The Do Qi in his body began to circulate and flow into the various meridians in his body. "You really talk a lot of nonsense." Xiao Yan's cold voice followed just as the words were spat out from Shuekui's mouth. Almost at the same time, he stomped his foot heavily and his body immediately charged forward. The short distance charge allowed Xiao Yan to appear in front of Xue Kuei the instant he moved. Xue Kuei's expression did not change in the face of Xiao Yan's sudden attack. His feet took half a step back. At the same time, his large fist was abruptly raised. Dou Qi surged and covered his entire arm in the blink of an eye. The temporary Dou Qi turned into a layer of energy crystals that violently collided with Xiao Yan's fist. Die! A loud roar rang out. Almost at the same time, the fists of the two men collided with each other. Following the muffled sound of the collision, an invisible energy ripple immediately swept out. Some of the people nearby subconsciously squinted their eyes. Only after that did they focus their eyes again. Their eyes immediately revealed expressions of surprise. An instant after the two fists collided, the surging Dou Qi that was agglomerated in Xue Kuei's palm immediately poured out. The powerful strength was like a volcanic eruption as it violently struck Xiao Yan's fist. The frightening strength caused the space around the two of them to instantly shatter. Wild and violent energy ripples once again swept outwards. The extremely powerful force caused even the people from the Yuan mansion behind Xue Kuei to involuntarily become serious when they felt it. They believed that no one below the origin transformation realm would be able to block such a ferocious punch, let alone Xiao Yan, who was only a 7-star Dou Di. However, reality once again overturned their guesses in their hearts. The next scene that appeared in front of them made everyone present immediately dumbfounded. Regardless of how ferocious this attack of Xue Kuei was, it was completely blocked by a layer of substance-like golden light when it landed on Xiao Yan's fist. Xiao Yan's body still did not move even a little. The wild storm-like attacks in front of him appeared like a gentle breeze when they landed on his body. They did not cause any ripples. What? How is this possible? Xue Kuei's heart was immediately shocked when he saw this scene. The expression on his face instantly changed drastically. By the time he recovered and looked at Xiao Yan, the latter's statue-like unmoving body finally trembled slightly. Only at this moment did the power on Xiao Yan's arm completely erupt. The extremely powerful force was like a herd of crazy bulls that charged around in an instant. The layer of energy crystal that covered Xue Kuei's entire arm was quickly filled with visible cracks. Immediately after, the moment the energy crystal completely shattered, Xue Kuei's entire arm also uncontrollably twisted. At the same time, his face, which had been filled with malevolence a moment ago, was also twisted. All the bones in his entire arm had already been broken. The thick muscles in his arm appeared to be twisted and tightened as though they were spasming. His face was flushed red. Xiao Yan's punch had basically completely crippled his arm. With his current condition, it was likely that it would be very difficult for him to recover from this injury without a few months' time after he returned. Xue Kuei appeared to be unable to withstand a single blow from the two forces that had erupted one after another. It even caused one to involuntarily wonder if he had really used his full strength. For the dignity of the Sea clan, Xue Kuei would naturally not hold back when he attacked. This punch of his was something that even an expert of the same level would not dare to underestimate. However, when faced with Xiao Yan, one could only say that it was not that Xue Kuei was too weak. Instead, it was that the Xiao Yan he was facing was really too strong. He was so strong that he did not have any room to resist. The unstoppable battle caused everyone in front of Xiao Yan to be shocked. Even the expressions on the faces of the clan heads of the two large Sea clans were extremely interesting. They did not dare to imagine that Xue Kuei, who was a 9-star Dou Di, would actually be defeated in the hands of a 7-star Dou Di. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a straightforward manner. This was really unbelievable. Was this kind of strength really something that a 7-star Dou Di could unleash? Xiao Yan's punch had defeated Xue Kuei, who was a 9-star Dou Di. At the same time, it was like a ruthless slap to the faces of the leaders of the Sea clan behind him. At this moment, their old faces had become ashen. The emotions in their hearts were turbulent. Everyone looked at each other and realized that everyone's eyes were filled with a rich shock. This brat, how could he is clearly just a 7-star Dou Di. Damn it, he injured Xue Kuei. Let's attack together and make this brat pay the price. As for the remaining 19 people from the Yuan mansion, their faces were filled with disbelief. At the same time, there was even more anger on their faces. With a stern cry, the bodies of the 19 people shook. A powerful aura immediately surged out from their bodies as they attempted to attack Xiao Yan again. Enough. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. This is the method that you chose. A loss is a loss. Now, the most important thing is the matter of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. You are actually fighting over such a matter. Do you want others to see that the Yuan mansion that my sea serpent clan has nurtured is such a group of unruly people? However, just as the remaining 19 people from the Yuan mansion were about to attack, the red-haired, middle-aged man, who was the clan leader, finally berated them with a gloomy face. Immediately, everyone, including the clan members behind him, quieted down. The dignity of a clan leader was vividly displayed at this moment. Subsequently, the red-haired, middle-aged man looked at Xiao Yan again. His expression changed, and he immediately revealed a kind smile. Little brother, I hope you don't take the matter of the empty realm to heart. If possible, we still hope that you can handle the matter of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone present knew that the Sea Serpent clan had declared defeat. Immediately after, the clan leader of the Sea Shark clan also stepped forward and cupped his fists to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to neglect these two people. He gently shook, and after shaking off Shui Kuei, who was in front of him, he bowed to the two and said, "You are both very polite. Seniors, you're too polite. Since I've already promised Senior High, I'll naturally do my best. As for what happened just now, I didn't take it to heart. Please rest assured." Hearing this, the two people secretly heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Sky-devouring dragon, control your clan members well. Let them think clearly about their status. If it were not for the matter of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, I would have already killed most of the idiots behind you. If this old man doesn't come out, have you all forgotten who I am? At this moment, Hai Zhantian once again stepped forward and arrived beside Xiao Yan. His extremely cold gaze swept over everyone in front of him. Finally, it returned to the two people in front of him. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. They did not doubt the truth of Hai Zhantian's words. If it was in the past, it was likely that Hai Zhantian would have already become furious and used his blood blade to intimidate everyone. However, after so many years, his temper had become much more restrained. However, this did not mean that he would allow these people to do whatever they wanted. After this matter was over, Hai Zhantian would probably make fun of some of them. Chapter 1032. Xiao Yan, I will temporarily stabilize the space of the underwater void realm. You just have to take advantage of this time to enter the entrance of the underwater void realm and shatter the formations that seal the entrance. This way, the people inside can leave the underwater void realm. Xiao Xian, whose body was faint and ethereal beside Xiao Yan, spoke in a faint voice. The latter gently nodded. If it was only like this, it would not be too difficult. Ancestor, are you okay? Xiao Yan turned his head. He looked at the ethereal Xiao Xian in front of him and involuntarily asked in a worried manner. I just lost some soul power. I just need to rest for a while to recover. What's important now is the underwater void realm. You should go in quickly before anything happens. Okay. Seeing Xiao Xian like this, Xiao Yan didn't say anything else and nodded heavily. His figure flashed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the entrance of the underwater void realm. Xiao Yan, please. Before Xiao Yan entered the underwater void realm, Hai Zhantian once again cupped his fists at Xiao Yan. The latter also nodded with a serious face, and with a twist of his body, he turned around and entered the underwater void realm. In the outside world, when everyone saw Xiao Yan enter the underwater void realm, their hearts were in their mouths. There was both anticipation and worry in their eyes. Xiao Yan's success or failure was related to the future fate of the entire Sea clan. How could the rulers of the Sea clan not be nervous? At this moment, the only one who could be at ease was probably Hai Machin. Perhaps it was because of the subtle connection between the two of them that made Hai Machin have absolute confidence in Xiao Yan. Even Xiao Xian didn't have that. At least, he couldn't help but worry about Xiao Yan's safety. When Xiao Yan entered the underwater virtual realm, the world in front of him was suddenly filled with white light. The dazzling light made Xiao Yan unable to help but close his eyes. He raised his hand to cover the light in front of him. It was not until a long time later that he gradually adapted to it. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the white light in front of him gradually dimmed, and his vision became clear. The blue flowing light was like flowing water as it surged into the depths of the enormous energy tunnel that was hundreds of feet in diameter. The azure light illuminated the entire tunnel until it was bright. Xiao Yan's gaze looked into the distance. The end of the tunnel was the destination of his trip to the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan moved and quickly flew towards the depths of the tunnel. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan's flying figure slowly came to a stop. A huge formation had appeared in front of him. It stood in the middle of the tunnel and blocked Xiao Yan's path. This was the problem Xiao Yan needed to solve on this trip. A powerful energy aura spread out from the formation. The mysterious runes flickered with a bright blue light. The solid formation looked as clear and bright as crystal, giving off an indestructible feeling. Approaching it, Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand. Do Qi gathered in his palm, and then he carefully pressed it against the formation in front of him. Hum hum hum, the moment Xiao Yan's hand was placed on the formation, the energy contained within the formation immediately agglomerated under Xiao Yan's hand. Immediately, one could hear a low and deep bang sound. Xiao Yan's hand was sent flying by the energy. At the same time, Xiao Yan's feet also subconsciously took half a step back. Raising his eyes, Xiao Yan looked at the formation in front of him with surprise. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The virtual realm fruit at the bottom of the sea was indeed formed by the power of the world. The energy contained in it was much more powerful than an ordinary formation. However, even so, it didn't mean that Xiao Yan couldn't break it. Force elephant tactic. With a low shout in his heart, the enormous power hidden in his muscles suddenly erupted. The moment his right fist clenched tightly, the muscles on his entire arm bulged high. With a raise and a fall of his arm, the wind from his fist whistled. Immediately after, the vast and mighty power was like a flash flood as it poured out in torrents, fiercely bombarding the array in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound, the entire formation shook violently. Circles of energy ripples surged out from the formation. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan's attack was powerful, it didn't seem to cause any real damage to the formation. In this regard, Xiao Yan didn't show any surprise on his face. After all, this was the power of the world. If it was so easy to break, it would be too inferior. One punch wasn't enough. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan punched again. This time, it wasn't any weaker than the previous punch. The place where the ripples were stirred up a moment ago surged again. At the same time, Xiao Yan's powerful bombardment fell again like continuous raindrops. Boom 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 boom, after dozens of consecutive punches, the entire formation began to shake. In the end, the formation even caved in at the place where Xiao Yan's fist landed. Finally, Xiao Yan relied on his powerful physical strength to forcefully break the formation. After breaking the formation, Xiao Yan finally sighed in relief. With his strength, even a 9-star Do Di wouldn't be able to endure his continuous attacks. However, this formation was actually able to endure for such a long time. This was enough to show how powerful this formation was. However, just as Xiao Yan was panting and relaxing in his heart, Xiao Yan discovered that there was actually another formation quietly standing not far from this formation after the formation was shattered. Seeing this scene, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily twitched. He was stunned in his heart. Xiao Xian only told him that he had to break the formation inside in order to save the people and leave. However, he didn't tell him how many such formations there were. Was it 1 or 2, 10, or 100? Or even more? If that was the case, regardless of how great Xiao Yan's ability was, he wouldn't be able to save the people. Xiao Yan involuntarily cursed in his heart when he thought of this. It was a long while later before he withdrew his thoughts. His body flashed and arrived in front of the next formation. Since Xiao Xian allowed him to enter without worry, it was likely that there wouldn't be much of a problem with the formations here. After all, if there were too many of them, how could Xiao Xian, who was clearly aware of the strength of this formation, not inform Xiao Yan beforehand? Soon after, another round of wild bombardment began. In order to reduce the time and prevent any other unforeseen events from occurring, Xiao Yan's attacks this time around had become much sharper and more powerful. With merely over 10 fierce punches, he forcefully shattered the second formation. As expected, a third formation appeared soon after. This time around, Xiao Yan did not hesitate much. He used a powerful Do skill to suppress the formation the moment he attacked. With merely 3 feet of strength, he forcefully shattered the formation. However, soon after, the next formation appeared. Only when the 7th formation was broken did Xiao Yan, who was already feeling a little impatient in his heart, hear the noisy cries from the other end of the tunnel. Chapter 1033. Hearing the clear noise that was transmitted to his ears, Xiao Yan's gaze slowly descended and fixed on the formation in front of him. Through this sound, Xiao Yan could basically determine that those people were definitely not far behind this formation. From the looks of it, the passageway to the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea was finally about to open. Huff! After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan did not blindly use his physical strength this time around. Instead, he raised both of his hands and his 10 fingers moved together to form a seal rapidly. At the same time, the Do Qi in his body surged and quickly agglomerated into a flaming finger above Xiao Yan's head. Desolation Finger. Following this, the instant this finger was formed, Xiao Yan immediately let out a low cry from his mouth. The huge finger that was suspended high above his head suddenly fell at this moment and violently bombarded the formation in front of him. Boom! A violent bombardment immediately spread out and the entire passageway trembled violently at this moment. Following this, a clear cracking sound was heard and this almost solid formation suddenly burst apart. When the formation disappeared, the passageway in front of Xiao Yan was naturally unobstructed. At the same time, the noise that reverberated beside Xiao Yan's ears also became clear because of this. Raising his eyes and looking over, at the end of the passageway, a large group of black figures was hurriedly rushing towards where Xiao Yan was at this moment. Within a short span of a few breaths, they had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. These people were wearing 2 different colored clothes. One was blue while the other was a dark red robe. They each represented the Sea Shark tribe and the Sea Serpent tribe. However, the people from the 2 tribes, who were usually at odds with each other, had gathered together at this moment. They used all their strength to swiftly and wildly rush toward Xiao Yan's side. Seeing Xiao Yan appear in their line of sight, everyone's faces immediately revealed an expression of wild joy. They had just personally witnessed the formation that gave them an incomparable headache being shattered by the latter. The path in front of them should have been cleared and unobstructed. How could they not be excited? As they approached, the speed of everyone gradually slowed down. Finally, they stopped in front of Xiao Yan. "Thank you, Elder, for saving us." Although Xiao Yan's appearance in front of them was not much different from them, since the person in front of them was able to enter this place, it meant that he was personally appointed by the leaders of their 2 tribes. Such a person could not be disrespected. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He then asked, "How many people from the Sea tribe are left in the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea?" "Sir, the people from the younger generation of our tribe are all gathered here. There should be no one else left in the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. This is because the moment the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea changed, we have all gathered at the exit. It has been a full week. There should be no one else." After Xiao Yan's and Xiao Yan's, Zhaoza's, the of the emptiness of the sea. At the same time, outside the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea, everyone was anxiously waiting. Until a certain moment, the originally calm entrance to the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea suddenly surged. Circle after circle of energy ripples swiftly spread. Soon after, a human figure suddenly shot out from within. Immediately, a second human figure followed by even more. When a large group of figures leaped out like fish, the crowd outside also became restless. Cheers rose one after another. The people of the two clans who were anxious a moment ago had a look of ecstasy on their faces in the next moment. At the same time, the big stone hanging high in the bottom of their hearts was also steadily dropped. However, among these people, the two leaders of the two sea clans and Hai Zhantian, who was floating in the air with his brows tightly knitted, did not change their expressions for a long time. Until the last person jumped out of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea, the three of them still did not see the person they were looking forward to seeing. What's going on? Ling, she. Why hasn't she come out yet, Blood Crown? What exactly happened to you? The leader of the Sea Serpent clan, Sky-Devouring Dragon, frowned as he stared at the entrance of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. Until the last moment, when Xiao Yan came out, he did not see his son leave. This made him feel uneasy in his heart. Did any of you see Hai Ling? Standing up, Hai Zhantian's face was filled with worry as he loudly shouted. Instantly, everyone's gazes involuntarily landed on him. Did you see Blood Crown? Did he leave the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea with you? At this time, Sky-Devouring Dragon also came to Hai Zhantian's side. The two of them stood at the same height and scanned the crowd below with the same expression. However, almost everyone frowned and shook their heads. It was only after a long while that a member of the Sea Serpent clan hesitantly opened his mouth and said, "Clan leader, when we gathered at the entrance of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea, I saw the young clan leader. However, he didn't stay there for long before he hurriedly entered the depths of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. As for where he went, I don't know." As soon as this was said, Sky-Devouring Dragon's face suddenly changed. In this case, Blood Crown was indeed still in the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. As for Hai Zhantian's granddaughter, Hai Ling, although the situation was unknown, it was certain that the latter was definitely still in the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. In the end, other than the sons and daughters of the two clan leaders, the rest of the younger generation of the two sea clans had all come out. This was a bit of a joke. At this moment, while the two of them felt dignified, two pairs of eyes involuntarily fell on Xiao Yan again. Feeling the gazes of these two people, Xiao Yan could only helplessly smile bitterly in his heart. The younger generation of the Sea clan had just escaped from danger. How could they enter the tiger's den again at this moment? Therefore, the heavy burden of going in to find the two people naturally fell on him again. "Little friend Xiao Yan, I'm afraid I have to trouble you again." Hai Zhantian frowned. Hai Zhantian knit his brows. He was naturally aware of the dangers of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Once Xiao Yan entered and was unable to find the two of them within a short period of time, forget about rescuing them. He might even end up losing his life. Such a thing was something that an ordinary person would not be able to do. However, Xiao Yan was not someone that an ordinary person could compare with. "Alright, I'll go in again, but I have to say in advance that I'm not completely confident that I can find them. If I can't find them in the end, then no matter what, I will withdraw from the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea." Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and nodded his head. At the same time, he also mentioned the worst possible outcome. Although he would intervene, this was under the precondition that he could ensure his own safety. He would not do a business that would result in a loss. Hearing this, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon nodded. They naturally understood this point. However, what they hoped in their hearts was that Xiao Yan could safely bring Blood Crown and Hai Ling, out of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. This was the best outcome for both sides. Immediately after, Xiao Yan turned around and was about to enter the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea again. However, at this moment, Xiao Xian stopped him. "Xiao Yan, there's one thing I have to remind you. I don't have much spiritual strength left, and the pressure from the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea is increasing. I can't guarantee the stability of the space inside the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. Therefore, you must come out within 7 days. Otherwise, once 7 days have passed, I'm afraid I won't be able to support the space of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. At that time, you will be sealed inside. As for what will happen to the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea, no one knows. Therefore, you must be quick. Even if you can't find them, you have to take care of yourself. Xiao Xian's tone was particularly solemn. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded heavily and muttered, 7 days? That's enough. Don't worry, ancestor. I will definitely come out. With a smile, Xiao Yan turned around and once again disappeared into the entrance of the emptiness realm at the bottom of the sea. At the same time, the smile on his face immediately turned serious. Chapter 1034. Xiao Yan naturally adapted to this tunnel even faster than before after entering it once again. He opened his eyes and immediately moved, swiftly flying toward the deep parts of the tunnel. In 7 days, he must find the 2 young masters of the Sea Clan in this underwater virtual realm. It was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. The underwater virtual realm was a world of its own. The space inside was not small. Looking for one person in thousands of miles of mountains and rivers was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention that he was looking for 2 people now. In addition to the changes in the underwater virtual realm, the environment was more or less damaged. This greatly increased the difficulty of Xiao Yan to find them. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan finally reached the end of the passage. After passing through a blue light curtain, the world in front of him suddenly opened up. In the vast and boundless world, there were mountains and mountains. The lush forest covered thousands of miles. The torrential river stretched across the mountains and mountains, extending to the endless distance. However, this beautiful scene had already changed drastically at this moment. The mountains collapsed, the forests were overturned, and even the river was blocked by an inexplicable force. The whole world was filled with wild and violent roars. Birds and beasts were running around between the heaven and earth. There were even magical beasts that turned their eyes to Xiao Yan, who suddenly appeared, and they immediately roared and attacked. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. He flipped his hand and the heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in his hand. The huge ruler swept horizontally and the wide surface of the ruler smashed the huge beast that was heading toward him, sending it flying. It smashed into the mountain forest below and attracted even more magic beasts. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but secretly say in his heart. It seemed that the trouble he had to face was not only the environment of this world, but also these troublesome magical beasts. In this way, the difficulty of finding people would be greatly increased. Facing the magical beasts that rushed over again, Xiao Yan raised the giant buster sword in his hand. His palm pressed against the surface of the buster sword, and he waved it fiercely. The white flame immediately climbed up the buster sword. Then, he turned around and swept it. The magnificent buster sword swept out, and the oncoming magical beasts were blown away again. However, these magical beasts seemed to be endless. They were like waves that rushed to the shore. Each wave was higher than the previous one, and it was endless. After more than 10 times of resistance, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but feel heavy. He didn't know why these guys worked together to put their brutal killing intent on him, a human. Perhaps it was because he didn't belong to this space. After all, it was because of them that this world was in such a ruined state. All of this was caused by them, the outsiders. Sorry, I can't make up for what happened here. I didn't come here to look for you. When I find those 2 people, I will leave. Frowning and shaking his head, Xiao Yan put away the dark buster sword. When another wave of magical beasts rushed over, his figure suddenly flickered and turned into a gust of wind. He passed through this place at an amazing speed, and soon disappeared from this world. After a while, Xiao Yan's figure landed on the top of a mountain. This place was relatively safe. At least there weren't any magical beasts in the vicinity. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Yan closed his eyes. From between his eyebrows, surging soul power suddenly spread out and quickly searched for the 2 special auras in this mountain forest. Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring flood dragon had specially given Xiao Yan an accessory that contained the aura of the two of them before they entered the void realm at the bottom of the sea. This also increased the chances of Xiao Yan finding them. However, the vastness of the underwater void realm was obviously something that Xiao Yan didn't expect. Even with his soul power, after a search, he still couldn't find the auras of the two people. In other words, he now had to find another place to search. In addition, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the two people could move around at any time. In this way, the probability of Xiao Yan finding them would be even lower. In addition, if the two people had already been besieged by those magical beasts and died, Xiao Yan didn't dare to think about this point, nor did he want to think about it. After all, his purpose in entering the underwater void realm was not to see the worst result. Xiao Yan's probing was useless. He could only get up and continue to head to the deepest part of the void realm. At the same time, his spiritual strength was searching all around him. Unfortunately, his probing was useless. Instead, it attracted the attention of quite a number of magical beasts with powerful cultivations. This also added a lot of trouble to Xiao Yan's search. At the same time, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon outside were also waiting anxiously. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had been in the underwater void realm for 4 days. However, Xiao Yan still didn't know the whereabouts of the two people. Until a certain moment, in the underwater void realm, Xiao Yan was floating in the air, frowning as he looked around. Ever since he entered the underwater void realm, he had been constantly going deeper. From his current distance, even if he rushed to the entrance of the underwater void realm, it would take a long time. If he continued to search blindly, the time left for him would be even more limited. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, raised his gaze, and rushed forward again. No matter what, he had to persevere until the last moment. Boom! At this moment, somewhere in the underwater void realm, an earth-shattering boom suddenly resounded in the underwater void realm like thunder. Immediately, Xiao Yan's rushing figure suddenly stopped. A pair of sharp eyes also looked in the direction of the sound. He couldn't see the specific location of the sound, but he could feel the strong aura of the explosion. Therefore, Xiao Yan almost didn't think much in his heart and immediately rushed in that direction. Regardless of whether it was one of the two people, as long as there was even the slightest possibility, it was worth Xiao Yan to try. A short moment later, Xiao Yan's figure had already appeared in the sky above the place where the explosive sound was emitted. Looking down from a high vantage point, he saw that the place where the sound originated from was a small valley. At this very moment, a young man wearing the clothes of the sea serpent tribe was facing a group of magical beasts that had once again surrounded him with an extremely solemn expression. His heart was like the rocks that had fallen into the valley, falling to the bottom of the valley. In addition, Xiao Yan also discovered that there was a surging aura of energy that was constantly increasing in the depths of the small valley. The energy of the world was also gathering because of this. It wasn't hard to imagine that the reason why these magical beasts gathered here was because of the inhalation in the valley. Hey, it is really a case of searching high and low only to find it by sheer luck. It is unexpected that these two people are actually in the same place. This has saved me quite a lot of time. Xiao Yan smiled in his heart and involuntarily sighed in relief. From the looks of the energy state in the valley, that person was clearly at the critical moment of his breakthrough. If he was disturbed at this moment, it was likely that not only would his breakthrough be interrupted, but even his foundation would be affected. However, from the looks of that man, he appeared to be determined. It seemed that he was determined to help him block these magical beasts that were coming. Roar! It was also at this moment that the magical beasts that surrounded the man below once again launched an attack. Even though the young man had the cultivation of a 9-star Do-D, he was unable to block the combined attack of over 10 magical beasts. Within a couple of breaths, the young man's attack was directly suppressed. After which, the remaining few magical beasts circled around the young man and charged into the small valley. Damn it, don't even think about entering. Seeing this scene, the expression on the young man's face immediately changed drastically. He ignored the other magical beasts around him and attempted to charge toward the entrance of the valley. However, he was sent flying by a magical beast beside him with a claw. He could only watch the few magical beasts enter the valley with an unwillingness in his heart. Bang! However, it was also at this moment that a dark black flowing light descended from the sky like a falling star. It instantly descended on the head of the magical beast that was leading the group. A frightening strength immediately erupted. That magical beast did not even have the time to emit a miserable cry before it was instantly killed by this strength. Those magical beasts that followed close behind were also sent flying by the enormous black ruler that was swung over. In the blink of an eye, the entrance of the valley was completely cleaned by this unknown strength. After which, the smoke and dust scattered in front of the young man's shocked eyes. A black-robed young man was standing upright on the head of the magical beast that had already died. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. His gaze landed on the former as he asked with a smile, "You are the Blood Crown?" Chapter 1035. Yes, yes. May I ask who you are? The young man climbed up from the ground in a miserable manner. He ignored the pain that was being transmitted from all over his body as he asked with a surprised face. I am called Xiaoyan. I was entrusted by Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring flood dragon to rescue you. The one inside should be the granddaughter of Hai Zhantian, Hai Ling, right? Xiaoyan sighed in relief. He nodded, raised his chin, and asked once again. Yes. However, she is currently at the critical moment of her breakthrough. Therefore, please ensure that she will not be affected. As soon as he heard that it was someone his father and Hai Zhantian had found, a look of joy flashed across Xue Mian's face. However, immediately after, a wave of worry surged in his heart. He frowned slightly as he looked at the entrance of the valley with a worried look in his eyes. Xiaoyan involuntarily parted his mouth and smiled when he sensed this. It seemed that the reason why Xue Crown had returned to the deep part of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was most likely because of Hai Ling. Soon after, Xue Crown leaped and dodged the attack of the magical beast behind him. In the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Xiaoyan. He waved his hand and a halberd immediately landed in his hand. There was a whistling sound as it was waved. It appeared to be quite powerful. Mr. Xiaoyan, please temporarily guard this place with me. We will leave this place together after Ling's cultivation has broken through. The face of Xue Mian, who had recovered, had already become cold. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi within his body immediately surged out. It climbed onto the halberd and emitted a clear watery glow. A layer of strange scales also appeared to have appeared on the halberd. Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled when he saw this. At this moment, Xue Crown had already exhausted over half of his dou qi. It was likely that he would not be able to last for long if he continued to fight. If he were to be injured again, it would instead become a burden for him. Cuckoo, I think you should recover your dou qi first. With your current condition, you won't be able to hold on. As he spoke, Xiaoyan casually threw a medicinal pill to the latter. Immediately, without waiting for Blood Crown to react, he lifted the giant ruler and stomped heavily on the ground. The huge beast's corpse immediately sank a little. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body turned into a dark black ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged into the group of magical beasts. Mr. Xiaoyan, you're alone. The expression of Xue Mian, who had recovered, immediately changed. His mouth hurriedly opened in an attempt to stop Xiaoyan. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, he saw those magical beasts being ruthlessly sent flying by Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler like dolls. They did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate during the entire process. This scene caused one to be stunned. In such a situation, it was simply impossible. However, creating a possibility out of the seemingly impossible and breaking the norm. Was this not Xiaoyan? Within a short moment, the group of magical beasts surrounding the small valley had been completely swept away by Xiaoyan. They were either dead or no longer had the ability to fight. Moreover, the moment they saw Xiaoyan, their bodies trembled as they crawled on the ground. Their mouths repeatedly let out miserable cries. Even the will to fight had been forcefully extinguished. The frightening strength that Xiao Yan displayed also caused Xue Mian's heart to be greatly shocked. His entire body was stunned on the spot. He watched the magical beasts scatter and retreat in all directions. After which, he looked at the corpses of the magical beasts all over the ground. His heart really did not dare to imagine that such a frightening battle result was actually achieved by this young man, who appeared to be even younger than him. It was really unbelievable. With Xiao Yan's suppression, the magical beasts did not dare to advance again for a short period of time. Hence, Xiao Yan turned around and entered the valley behind him. Xue Mian followed closely behind him. After the two of them entered the valley, they looked around and saw that the small cave was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Only at the top could they see a small piece of the sky. There were also many slits between the mountains on all sides. The energy of the world entered through the slits and the exit directly above. As the slits were too narrow, the magical beasts from the outside world could not enter through them. The entrance above was too high. Hence, the only way for the magical beasts to enter the valley was through the entrance behind Xiao Yan and Xue Mian. Xiao Yan could not help but nod his head when he saw the unique terrain. This was a good place for a breakthrough. Not only could it ensure that one could absorb enough energy from the world, it could also reduce most of the trouble and prevent the breakthrough process from being affected. It had to be said that the two of them had found a good place. Unfortunately, the incident at the bottom of the sea had caused the magical beasts to become much more violent. As a result, they had noticed the change in energy here and caused trouble for the two of them. If Xiao Yan had not arrived in time, the two of them would have lost their lives. Sweeping his gaze over the valley, he saw a natural rock in the middle of the valley. It just so happened that the sunlight that shone in from all parts of the valley shone on it. At this moment, a young lady in a blue dress with an exquisite face was seated on the rock with her eyes tightly shut. As she breathed in and out, the energy gathered in the valley was constantly being absorbed and refined by her. At the same time, the aura within the young lady's body was rapidly increasing. From the looks of it, the young lady would be able to complete her breakthrough soon. Before this, it was likely that all the trouble during this period of time would be left to Xiao Yan and Blood Crown to deal with. After giving his instructions, Blood Crown found a place in the valley and began to refine the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had given him earlier. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's body flashed, and he appeared at the top of the valley in the blink of an eye. He looked down at the environment outside the valley from above. At a glance, magical beasts of various sizes were quietly approaching from the distant mountain forest. Low roars continuously rang out, and these fellows seemed to be communicating with each other. Subsequently, when the countless magical beasts arrived at the bottom of the valley, they did not charge into the valley this time. Instead, they climbed up the walls of the valley and wildly charged towards the top of the valley. Their target was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Very quickly, these huge magical beasts arrived around Xiao Yan. Their enormous bodies covered the entire periphery of the valley, forming a black mass. Other than these, there were still countless magical beasts charging over from the distant mountain forest. Without exception, their target was Xiao Yan, who was currently standing at the top of the valley. Countless magical beasts chased each other as they charged up the slope of the valley. Their invisible aura was enough to shock anyone. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's face did not show the slightest trace of fear in the face of such a situation. Instead, it was cold. He held the huge ruler in his hand, and with a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose. He waved the huge ruler and smashed it down on the head of a magical beast that was pouncing towards him. Chapter 1036. Bang! As the ruler fell, a magical beast that was charging towards Xiao Yan was instantly killed. However, countless magical beasts were still crazily charging towards him from behind. The roars of the magical beasts reverberated endlessly, causing the valley below to tremble. It was unknown whether it was caused by the large number of magical beasts or the vibrations caused by the roars of the magical beasts. At this very moment, Xiao Yan's body was standing proudly at the top of the valley. His front, back, left, and right were surrounded by magical beasts. Fierce attacks were launched at Xiao Yan from all directions. Sharp fangs, claws, and Douqi energy flew out repeatedly. All of them shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, aiming to take his life. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of this situation. He held the huge ruler in a reverse grip with one hand. At the same time that the huge ruler swept horizontally, his other hand violently swept across the tip of the ruler. A dense white flame immediately rose. It carried a ferocious aura as it abruptly swept in front of Xiao Yan. In an instant, the magical beasts that were pouncing towards Xiao Yan were all forced back. Almost at the same time, the moment the giant ruler swept horizontally, the hand that was holding the ruler's hilt suddenly released. Xiao Yan's figure also abruptly turned back. In an extremely strange posture, the moment the giant ruler was about to fall, his other hand suddenly grabbed the ruler's hilt. Surging Douqi immediately poured into the giant ruler, followed by another sweep. The magical beasts in front of and behind him were all swept away in the blink of an eye. However, just as Xiao Yan swept away the wave, a few more magical beasts charged towards him from all directions. Xiao Yan sent a few flying with his ruler. Immediately, his figure leaped and stepped on the head of a magical beast. He twisted his body and sent it flying with a kick. In just a few hours, Xiao Yan had consecutively sent more than 100 magical beasts flying. The number of magical beasts that he had killed was also more than 10. However, the surrounding magical beasts seemed to be endless as they continuously surged towards him. However, this kind of situation did not seem to wear down Xiao Yan's patience. Instead, it increased the fanatical fighting spirit in the latter's heart. Relying on the giant ruler in his hand, facing so many magical beasts, he used the most violent method to fight to his heart's content. This allowed him to completely display his strength. From a certain point of view, such a violent fighting method also had some benefits for Xiao Yan himself. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was originally fiercely colliding at the top of the valley, at the entrance of the valley, a magical beast actually attempted to step over the corpse of the previous magical beast and enter the valley. Immediately, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He stepped on the magical beast's body and sent it flying. At the same time, his figure also swept into the air. He viciously waved the giant ruler in his hand. The giant ruler left his hand and immediately fell at lightning speed. The moment the magical beast was about to enter the valley, its body was forcefully pinned at the entrance of the valley. While killing it, it also blocked the only entrance to the valley. Immediately, countless magical beasts around Xiao Yan crazily surged towards him. Without a weapon, Xiao Yan caused these big guys to be less afraid of him. One by one, they revealed their sharp fangs and viciously bit towards Xiao Yan's body. However, they had underestimated the human in front of them. Force Elephant Technique, Golden Elephant Technique, activate. Soon after, a low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart the moment he landed. Almost at the same time, the powerful physical strength hidden in Xiao Yan's body was completely released at this moment. A golden-colored barrier agglomerated on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Regardless of how those magical beasts charged over, Xiao Yan only cared about waving his fists and attacking the magical beasts that were charging toward him head-on. Immediately, painful roars that were even more miserable than before were emitted from the pile of magical beasts. Compared to a moment ago, the current Xiao Yan seemed to be able to break through everything by relying on his pair of fists. Any attack would be swiftly toppled in an unstoppable manner under Xiao Yan's fist. Xue Mian widened his mouth as he stood within the valley. He lifted his head to look at Xiao Yan at the top. The shock that had originally been revealed in his eyes had already disappeared with the flow of time. Only his face remained stiff and distorted as though it was cramping. Very quickly, a day had passed. There were less than 2 days left from the 7 days that Xiao Xian had mentioned. In the small valley, Hai Ling's breakthrough process had yet to end. This also meant that Xiao Yan and Blood Crown still had to wait here. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was at the top of the deep valley, could not help but feel secretly worried. If this dragged on for too long, it would not be beneficial to them. With less than 2 days left, he was not confident that he could bring the two of them out of the underwater void realm. He could only say that if Hai Ling's breakthrough did not end, he could only use force to bring her away. He could not continue to stay here. Finally, at noon, the churning natural energy around Hai Ling, who had been in a breakthrough state, finally slowly calmed down. The aura within her body had also stabilized at the initial 9-star Do-D level. The pair of pretty eyes that had been shut for over 10 days slowly opened. A pair of icy blue crystal eyes were immediately exposed in the air. The young lady slowly stood up. The long dress that she was wearing fluttered gently, revealing a pair of white jade-like slender beautiful legs. Her curvaceous figure was also fully displayed at this moment. Ling, you have broken through. Only when the young lady stood up did Blood Crown recover from his absent-mindedness. He hurriedly ran to the front of the young lady and carefully helped her down the green stone platform with one hand. At the same time, he asked with a voice filled with concern. Hearing this, the young lady's pretty face reddened as she nodded. She immediately said, "Big brother Blood Crown, thank you for protecting me during these few days. Otherwise, I don't know if I would be able to break through in peace." Ugh, hearing this, Blood Crown smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. After which, he said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "Actually, not all of them. I was able to easily deal with those magical beasts a few days ago. However, since the day before yesterday, there have been an increasing number of magical beasts gathering here. I am no longer able to block them." Towards the end, Blood Crown could not help but lower his head in self-blame. Seeing this, Hai Ling involuntarily knit her brows in a somewhat uncertain manner. Since Blood Crown had said that she was no longer able to block those magical beasts since the day before yesterday, what was going on for the next 1 or 2 days? It's that person. That human called Xiaoyan. He suddenly appeared the day before yesterday. With just him alone, he blocked all the magical beasts outside. Suddenly, Blood Crown raised his head. He extended his hand and pointed to the highest point of the valley. Through the hole at that spot, the two of them could clearly see a human figure with a golden light lingering over his body. He was repeatedly waving his fist and sending the magical beasts around him flying with each punch. Sensing the gazes of the two people in the valley below, Xiaoyan also knew that Hai Ling had completed her breakthrough. Now, it was finally time to leave. Xiaoyan descended and landed beside the two of them. He glanced at Hai Ling, who had already exited her cultivation state. He let out a long sigh of relief and nodded. "You have broken through. Now, we should also leave this place." Roar. When Xiaoyan descended, the magical beasts outside also rushed in through the entrance above the valley and heavily surrounded the three of them. Immediately, Hai Ling, and Blood Crown's minds tensed up. They faced the magical beasts around them and their expressions immediately became solemn. "Mr. Xiaoyan, it looks like we have to experience a fierce battle before we leave," Blood Crown said in a low voice. With a thought, the Do Qi in his body began to circulate rapidly. Hai Ling, also did the same. On the other hand, Xiaoyan frowned and shook his head. He sighed softly and said, "No, we don't have so much time to waste. We have to leave now." After speaking, without waiting for Blood Crown and Hai Ling, to ask any questions, Xiaoyan stretched out his hand and beckoned. The dark heavy buster sword outside the valley immediately flew back. It passed through the encirclement of the magical beasts and quickly returned to Xiaoyan's hand. After which, he flipped his hand and kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, under the surprised gazes of the two people behind him, Xiaoyan raised his right hand. A strange dark energy light spot had unknowingly condensed in the palm of his right hand. "It's over," as these words were uttered, his palm fell and pressed heavily on the void. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Fight the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Fight the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1037. In the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. Now, there was only 1 day left before the 7-day deadline that Xiao Xian had mentioned. Xiaoyan's group of 3 had to reach the exit of the underwater void realm within a day and leave this place successfully. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Half a day's time did not allow the 3 of them to travel far. When Xiao Yan informed Xue Mian and Xue Mian about the situation of the baleen whale at the bottom of the sea, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. It was unexpected that the situation of the void realm at the bottom of the sea had already reached such an extent. Speaking of which, all of this could be blamed on their sea clan. Their endless greed had finally paid the price for it. According to Blood Crown's estimation, the three of them were at least a full day away from the exit of the underwater void realm. Even if the three of them could reach the exit of the underwater void realm in a day, they were destined to not be able to leave the underwater void realm. Now, there was not much time left for the three of them. Xiao Yan led Xue Mian and Xue Mian as they cut through all the obstacles along the way. The magical beasts that came to obstruct them were all finished off by Xiao Yan in one strike in the most violent manner. Despite this, the speed at which the three of them were moving forward was unknowingly slowed. Damn it! We can't go on like this. We have to be faster. Xiao Yan could not help but curse after forcefully killing a magical beast in front of him with a punch. He turned his head to look at the countless magical beasts that were charging towards them again in the distance. Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a solemn expression. No matter how heroic he was, it was impossible for him to continue fighting without stopping. Furthermore, there was less than a day left before the deadline that Xiao Xian had mentioned. If they were delayed by the siege of these magical beasts, the three of them would really not have the chance to leave this place. Mr. Xiao Yan, what should we do? The Blood Crown knew that only by relying on Xiao Yan and the others would they have a chance at survival. Therefore, they had to rely on Xiao Yan. Hai Ling Air by the side also turned her eyes to Xiao Yan after Xue Dian opened his mouth. After seeing the shocking strength that Xiao Yan had displayed, she had already been subdued by his strength. Moreover, there was still Xue Dian by the side at this moment. Since even Xue Dian wanted to seek Xiao Yan's opinion, she would naturally not say anything more. After a little hesitation, Xiao Yan's mind moved, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into two dark tents. With a wave of his hand, the two tents turned into two black robes, which Xiao Yan handed to the two. After the two of them put on the black robes, Xiao Yan immediately took out two elixirs from his storage ring and handed them to the two of them. These two are wind speed elixirs. They can temporarily increase your speed, and the black robes on your bodies can conceal your aura to ensure that you won't be discovered by those magical beasts. When those magical beasts rush over later, I will temporarily hold them back. The two of you will find the right time to leave this place quickly and rush to the exit of the underwater void realm as quickly as possible. What will you do if we leave? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Blood Crown frowned. He didn't dare to say that he was a person who wasn't afraid of death, but he definitely couldn't leave those who helped him in the lurch. The Blood Crown felt really bad about letting them leave just like that. Don't worry, after you leave this place, I will naturally follow you immediately. However, you must also make sure to conceal your aura as much as possible along the way. You must not have any conflicts with those magical beasts. Otherwise, everything will be too late. Nodding with a serious expression, before the Blood Crown could speak again, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly moved. The pitch-black dark heavy buster sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a wave of the giant buster sword, the magical beasts that attacked the three of them were blown away. Violent explosions sounded one after another, and the faces of the Blood Crown and Hai Ling also became gloomy because of this. The two of them hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted their teeth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two of them quickly left the battlefield. Sensing the departure of the two of them, Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the magical beasts, had a cold expression on his face. His extremely cold gaze quickly swept across the magical beasts around him. The giant buster sword in his hand trembled slightly, and suddenly, a white flame rose up. A powerful force crazily condensed in the giant buster sword, and a terrifying energy aura spread out from Xiao Yan's body. The surrounding magical beasts also let out a low roar. 7. Layers. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. Spitting out the words one by one, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. Then, he lifted the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. Both of his hands held the handle of the Buster sword tightly, and the giant Buster sword in his hands suddenly swept out. A terrifying wave of flames immediately swept out, spanning 1,000 miles and sweeping between heaven and earth. 1 foot. 2 feet. After 7 feet, all the magical beasts within a 500-kilometer radius of Xiaoyan were turned into a pile of corpses in the blink of an eye. The merciless flame burned in this place. The mountain forest below was a sea of fire. The invisible space had completely collapsed. At this moment, the only person who still had life remaining in this place was Xiaoyan. At this moment, the latter was like a killing god, leaving no leeway and not giving any life. After doing all this, Xiaoyan once again kept the dark heavy Buster sword. He was just about to charge in the direction that the Xue Mian duo had left in when his body involuntarily swayed. He actually nearly fell from the sky. After the repeated fierce battles, the dou qi within his body had been completely exhausted without him realizing it. The 7 feet earlier was already his final technique. If Xiaoyan was unable to recover his dou qi as soon as possible, it was likely that he would not even be able to use the sky extinction step, much less catch up with Xue Mian and Xue Yan. Damn it. It actually had to happen at this time. The dou qi in his body was exhausted, causing Xiaoyan's face to involuntarily reveal a somewhat strained expression. He hurriedly consumed a couple of medicinal pills. Before the medicinal effect of the medicinal pills in his body dissipated, his body shook, and a faint layer of golden light agglomerated on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Helplessly, the dou qi in his body was completely exhausted. The only thing that Xiaoyan could barely rely on was his remaining physical strength. Bang! His feet stomped heavily on the empty space. Immediately, the space under his feet became distorted. Xiaoyan's body also suddenly rushed forward. By relying on his powerful physical strength, the speed that Xiaoyan displayed at this moment could be considered extraordinary. However, if it was just this, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to catch up to the two of them within a short period of time. While feeling a little helpless in his heart, Xiaoyan could only put in more effort to borrow the strength of his physical body to continue charging forward. At the same time, the medicinal strength of the 2 medicinal pills that he had swallowed was also being swiftly absorbed. Chapter 1038. Outside the empty realm, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon were waiting anxiously. Hai Zhantian stood in place, frowning. His hands under his sleeves were constantly opening and clenching. His eyes were fixed on the entrance of the empty realm, his heart full of worry. Behind him, the heaven-devouring dragon was also anxious. He kept pacing back and forth, his footsteps gradually becoming heavier until they reached Hai Zhantian's ears. "Kid, can't you be quiet? My heart feels like it's about to be crushed by you." After reprimanding in a low voice, the heaven-devouring dragon let out a long sigh and stopped beside Hai Zhantian. Behind them, the crowd couldn't help but look at each other when they saw the anxious expressions on the two people's faces. Their hearts also became nervous. On the other side, Hai Machin also came to Hai Zhantian's side. His eyes flickered slightly. He raised his hand and patted the latter's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I believe in that kid. With him, your granddaughter and the other kid will definitely be safe and sound." Hearing this, Hai Zhantian frowned and sighed. The heaven-devouring dragon hurriedly cupped his hands towards Hai Machin. Hai Machin waved his hand and let it go. However, at this moment, in addition to these people who were worried, there was another person who was much more nervous than them. That was Xiao Xian, whose body was completely transparent and his aura was extremely weak. Compared to the others, Xiao Xian was more aware of the situation in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. After so many days of bitter struggle, his spiritual strength had long been overwhelmed. He had been forcibly holding on, his purpose was to wait for Xiaoyan's return. But now, his spiritual strength was far from enough to maintain the normal operation of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. It wouldn't be long before the stable state of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea would be completely broken. At that time, Xiaoyan, who was in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, would be in even more danger. At the same time, in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, Xue Mian and Hai Ling, were walking together. With Xiao Yan's black robe and the wind speed pill, the two of them were much faster. They didn't dare to say that they could achieve twice the result with half the effort, but they were not too far away from the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. All along the way, the two of them looked at the dilapidated mountains and lands below, and they couldn't help but reveal an expression of pity in their eyes. They never imagined that because of the interference of their sea tribe, this world would actually become like this. In the end, it was still their fault. On the other side, the dou qi within Xiao Yan's body was still gradually recovering under the effect of the medicinal pill. At the same time, Xiao Yan continued to use the strength of his physical body. And Xiao Xian's Xiao Shui. As Shui Xian, Xian, S of the realm was, Xian's of the realm. As Xian, Shui, Xian's, Xian, Shui's. However, the result of this explosion was not satisfactory. No matter how much Xiao Yan squeezed out the strength of his physical body, the distance he flew forward each time was almost the same. The distance he flew was far from being able to make up for the energy he exhausted when he unleashed his strength. The result of this cycle would only slow down Xiao Yan's traveling speed. In addition to this, the other trouble was naturally the magical beasts wandering in the mountains. As soon as they saw Xiao Yan flying across the sky, they immediately rushed towards him like crazy. They had a violent feeling that they wanted to swallow him alive. In the face of these countless troublesome creatures, Xiao Yan had no other means except to kill them by force. However, this also increased the consumption of Xiao Yan's physical strength in another aspect. If this continued, Xiao Yan would probably die here before he reached the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Rumble, suddenly, the entire underwater empty realm began to shake intensely. A countless number of mountains collapsed, the river flowed in reverse, the mountains were overturned, and the forest was destroyed. Painful and terrified roars continued to reverberate in this world. The invisible empty space seemed to have been pressed by some kind of strength as it swiftly became distorted. Xiao Yan immediately sensed an invisible strength descend on his shoulder, causing his body, which was standing in the empty space, to involuntarily descend a little. With a thought, the dou qi that had just recovered in his body immediately entered his meridians. His body shook slightly. Only then did he stabilize his body that was about to continue descending. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face also instantly became solemn. Looking up, in the distant sky, the invisible sky had collapsed. The entire world was gradually submerged in darkness. The endless void spread out like seawater, vowing to drown the entire empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Damn it, the empty realm at the bottom of the sea has already begun to collapse. Xiao Yan's expression sank. He involuntarily cursed quietly. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea had begun to collapse in advance. This meant that the so-called final day that was left for him would likely shrink greatly. If he did not leave this place as soon as possible, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would be drowned in this endless empty space. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was outside the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, also slowly dimmed due to the exhaustion of his spiritual strength. In the end, he turned into a milky white ball of light the size of a fist. His originally dense aura also became silent because of this. Not far away, Haimachen's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw this scene. His body instantly flashed and he arrived beside the ball of light. He extended his hand and an invisible force wrapped around the ball of light, preventing it from being disturbed by the energy of the world outside. Hai Zhantian quickly went forward. Seeing that Xiao Xian had actually turned into such a state, his expression became even more anxious. Cold sweat unknowingly flowed down from his temples. His deep eyes stared fixedly at the entrance of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, not daring to shift his gaze away for even a moment. Without the support of his spiritual strength, the space within the empty realm at the bottom of the sea has probably already begun to collapse. In other words, the last day of the 7 days that Xiao Xian told Xiao Yan that day is probably even more tense than expected. Now, we can only hope that Xiao Yan has already found the two of them and is already in the passage at the entrance. At this moment, even Haimachen could not help but feel a little shocked. The scene that had occurred at this moment really caused even him to feel surprised. However, he did not know just what kind of situation Xiao Yan's three-man group was currently facing. In the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, the entire world had already begun to collapse. Countless magical beasts fled in all directions. Xiao Yan and the other two also rushed towards the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea without stopping. With the help of the things that Xiao Yan had given them, Xue Mian and Hai Ling finally arrived in front of the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea ahead of time. When the two of them arrived, they could not help but have a joyful expression on their faces. However, when they arrived, the two of them were not in a hurry to enter the exit. Instead, they stopped and turned around to look in the direction they had come from, hoping to see traces of Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, the latter's figure did not appear in their field of vision for a long time. Seeing that the world around them had begun to collapse inch by inch, the two young people could not help but feel a surge of fear in their hearts. At the same time, they became even more worried for Xiao Yan. The latter had blocked the countless magical beasts by himself, and the two of them had taken the lead to escape without caring about the latter. This really made the two of them feel extremely guilty. At this moment, when they could not see Xiao Yan's figure again, the two of them were even unwilling to leave this place. Chapter 1039. Xue Mian held the delicate hand of the young lady within the underwater void realm. His brows were tightly knit as he stared in the direction they had come from. His heart was incomparably anxious as he waited. Rumbling sounds repeatedly sounded in the sky. The invisible space distorted intensely before collapsing. Suddenly, numerous dark black thunderbolts shot out from the endless empty space. They carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as they instantly destroyed a large area of the mountain forest below. A countless number of magical beasts were instantly killed by this thunderbolt. The surrounding mountain forest that had collapsed had already turned into a sea of fire. The entire underwater void realm had become like a purgatory at this moment. Xue Mian and Hai Ling, who was hiding behind him, were startled when they saw this scene. The young lady behind him involuntarily let out an exclamation. Perspiration appeared on Xue Mian's forehead. His heart was also extremely shocked. The strength of the thunderbolt was unimaginable. Once the thunderbolt targeted the two of them, it was likely that they would not even have the chance to dodge. Big brother Xue, Mr. Xiao Yan has yet to come out. The young lady's heart was filled with fear as she grabbed a corner of Xue Mian's black robe. Her heart was filled with worry as she timidly opened her mouth to speak. Relax, it's fine. Mr. Xiao Yan's strength is the strongest among all the elite Dodi that I have seen. Let's wait a little longer. He will definitely come out. Xue Mian clenched his teeth. He looked at the ground below, which had partially collapsed. His heart involuntarily sank. If Xiao Yan still did not come out, it was likely that they would have to enter the exit of the underwater void realm regardless of what happened. Another 15 minutes. If Mr. Xiao Yan does not come out within 15 minutes, we can only leave this place first. Xue Mian gently patted the young lady's shoulder as he comforted her. The latter obediently nodded her head when she heard this. She suppressed the fear in her heart and waited patiently. At the same time, deep within the underwater void realm, Xiao Yan was borrowing Do Qi while pressing his tired body. He forcefully maneuvered the strength within his muscles and shot forward time and time again. Xiao Yan's sweat kept pouring out, drenching his robe. Most of it fell into the endless abyss below. The endless land was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the land in front of Xiao Yan had completely collapsed. Numerous shocking thunderbolts continued to fall from the endless, dark black empty space, mercilessly killing the magical beasts that were fleeing in all directions. At a glance, it appeared as though they were cleaning up this world that had been contaminated by the outside world. Now that the laws had changed, there was no longer a need for the underwater void realm to exist. It was only a matter of time before it completely collapsed and disappeared. Seeing what was happening in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten. He clenched his teeth and once again gathered all the strength in his body. He tried his best to move his body and rushed forward. However, it was also at this moment that a shockingly frightening thunderbolt suddenly fell from the endless empty space above Xiao Yan's head. Damn it! Xiao Yan's expression changed. He used all his strength to maneuver the dou qi that he had just recovered. At the same time, the little bit of strength that he had gathered all over his body also erupted at this moment. His body leaned to the side and he hurriedly dodged to one side. Rumble, the thunderbolt descended and violently smashed onto Xiao Yan's body. A frightening destructive strength spread from within it. One could even clearly see that the endless empty space, which had already collapsed, had become distorted. In the end, Xiao Yan was extremely lucky and brushed past the edge of the bolt of lightning. The incomparable bolt of lightning was thus submerged in the endless void. Despite this, a little of the frightening lightning strength contained within the bolt of lightning still entered Xiao Yan's body. It swiftly spread through his limbs and bones. Immediately, a wave of numbness was transmitted into Xiao Yan's mind. His entire body also fell uncontrollably. Rumble. That bolt of lightning appeared to be unwilling to give up after missing its attack. However, this time around, Xiao Yan's body was completely out of his control. He could only watch as the bolt of lightning smashed down on his body. Damn it! Move! Quickly move! His tired body was out of control. Xiao Yan let out a wild roar in his mind. The frightening bolt of lightning swiftly descended. In the blink of an eye, it was merely 10 feet away from his body. At such a distance, even an ordinary 9-star dou di would have difficulty dodging such a frightening bolt of lightning, much less the currently exhausted Xiao Yan. Soon after, the bolt of lightning that was filled with a destructive force arrived in front of Xiao Yan. It was merely an inch away from the latter's body. In an instant, the hair all over Xiao Yan's body stood up. The lightning strength had already flowed into Xiao Yan's body through the invisible void. It entered his muscles and bones and a piercing pain was immediately transmitted. Bang! The bolt of lightning descended and violently passed through the void. It once again entered the endless void. Xiao Yan's body could be said to have miraculously dodged this fatal attack once again. In the void, Xiao Yan resentfully watched the frightening bolt of lightning that entered the endless void. He involuntarily rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually be able to profit from a disaster under such a situation. He parted his mouth. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain on his body or the joy in his heart. Immediately, his gaze turned around and landed on his body. Xiao Yan glanced at his shoulder. A thread of tiny thunderbolt leaped out from under his muscles. After which, it disappeared. However, the thing that really caused Xiao Yan to be happy was the pale blue Wei Ren illusionary figure that had agglomerated and formed behind him. With the stimulation of the lightning strength, Xiao Yan had stimulated the last hidden strength in his body. He did not expect that under his full strength, Xiao Yan would accidentally condense the blue virtual image behind him. And this was the third art of the 4 sacred manifestation art, the wing elephant art. It was also the condensation of the wing elephant art that allowed Xiao Yan to dodge the bolt of lightning. Phew! Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air as he sensed the weak strength within his body. He lifted his gaze and looked at the thunderbolt that had once again agglomerated its strength and came crashing down. His hands abruptly tightened and his body trembled. With the help of the wing elephant's skill, his body instantly disappeared. The thunderbolt that was following close behind once again missed. As for Xiao Yan, he did not stop at all. Regardless of the pursuit of the bolt of lightning, before the strength in his body dissipated again, he left this area far away. At the same time, Xue Mian and Hai Ling, who were at the exit of the underwater void realm, sighed with heavy expressions. After confirming that Xiao Yan had not come out, they slowly turned around. After a moment of hesitation, they lifted their feet and entered the passage. Chapter 1040. Outside the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon stood together in front of the entrance of the empty realm, waiting anxiously. Bean-sized beads of sweat were constantly dripping down, and their hearts were almost in their throats. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone present knew that the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was difficult to preserve. Now, the complete collapse of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was just around the corner. However, the two elders of the clan, as well as Xiao Yan, who went to rescue the people, had not come out yet. This made everyone secretly break out in cold sweat for the three of them. Hai Machen's eyes stared at the entrance of the void realm at the bottom of the sea. Although his face still maintained a calm expression, his heart was incomparably anxious. Even though he had endless confidence in Xiao Yan, he did not dare to be certain that Xiao Yan would be able to exit the void realm at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the originally calm entrance of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea suddenly trembled. Light flickered, and then, two figures in black robes flashed out together. In an instant, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon, who had been staring at the entrance, immediately looked at the two people. With their powerful cultivation, they instantly recognized the two people. Ling Er. Shui Wang. The two people said in unison, and the ecstasy in their voices was needless to say. In an instant, the huge stone hanging in their hearts finally fell to the ground. The two moved together, and rushed forward, each of them tightly hugging the other person in their arms. At the same time, the two elders also clearly saw the man and woman holding each other's hands tightly. They had no time to care, and only cared about the ecstasy in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with hot tears, and they almost rolled down. The two young people were also shocked by the actions of the two elders. Immediately, when they recovered, the girl also saw the blue-haired middle-aged man behind Hai Zhantian, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It was her father. As a father, the latter's feelings for his daughter were naturally not less than her grandfather. However, as the leader of the clan, he had to put the clan first. In front of the clan, he always had to maintain his dignity. Until now, when he saw that his daughter was fine, the father couldn't help but tear up. It was not until a long while later that Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon let go of the child in their arms, but they still looked at the young man and the girl with a smile on their faces. At this moment, Hai Machen stepped forward, looked at Shui Wang, and asked, "Where's Xiao Yan? Shouldn't he be with you?" Noticing the black robes on the two, Hai Machen immediately knew that Xiao Yan had been with them. However, at this moment, Shui Wang and Hai Ling had successfully escaped from the underwater void realm, and Xiao Yan's whereabouts were unknown. This could not help but increase the worry in Hai Machen's heart. As soon as these words came out, the people present suddenly recovered. Indeed, they were happy about the return of Shui Wang and Hai Ling, but they seemed to have forgotten about Xiao Yan, who had entered the underwater void realm to rescue them. At this moment, they still had no idea about the situation of the latter. The only thing they knew was that Xiao Yan was still in the underwater void realm, and his situation was definitely not good. Hearing Hai Machen's words, Shui Wang and Hai Ling's faces, which had just revealed a joyful expression because of their escape, immediately darkened again. The man and woman buried their heads, and the expression on their faces was particularly solemn. Then, Shui Wang recounted what happened in the underwater void realm, including how Xiao Yan found them and blocked the demonic beasts for them in detail. Hearing Shui Wang's words, the faces of the people present changed slightly. While they were moved by Xiao Yan's actions, they also felt a sense of worry about the latter's current situation. "That kid, he'll be fine, right?" Hai Zhantian hesitantly turned his gaze to Hai Machen. The expression on his face also carried a trace of guilt as the words were spat out from his mouth. After all, the reason why Xiao Yan had entered the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was because of him. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would not have encountered such danger. Sigh, now even I can't be sure. I can only hope that he can turn the danger into safety. He has come such a long way. This time, I don't want him to fall just like that. Letting out a long sigh, even Hai Machen felt somewhat helpless. Hai Zhantian was speechless. The boulder that had just been lifted from his heart was now hanging high up in the air. At the same time, the atmosphere in the arena had become inexplicably heavy once again. In fact, it was even heavier than before. Shui Wang came to the side of the young girl. The two looked at each other with worry in their eyes. The young girl frowned slightly. Her slender jade-like hand grabbed the corner of her black robe. She stared at the entrance of the underwater void realm, waiting with rapt attention. Rumble. Suddenly, the entrance of the underwater void realm trembled violently. A huge rumbling sound resounded continuously from the bottom of the sea. A huge suction force gushed out from the entrance. Fortunately, the seawater in this area was forcibly emptied by Hai Zhantian, causing the place where everyone was standing to be a huge open space. Therefore, there was no seawater pouring into the underwater void realm. However, the sudden change in the underwater void realm caused everyone's expression to change drastically, especially Hai Machin and Hai Zhantian. Their hands that were hidden under their sleeves suddenly clenched tightly. Cold sweat immediately appeared on their foreheads. Even their hearts could not help but tremble. Xiao Yan, you must come out. Hai Machin narrowed his eyes and stared at the entrance of the underwater void realm. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and waited anxiously. At the same time, in the underwater void realm, after a difficult struggle, Xiao Yan finally entered the exit of the underwater void realm. However, almost at the same time, the entire underwater void realm had completely collapsed. The exit of the underwater void realm was also collapsing at an extremely fast speed. It was about to catch up with Xiao Yan in front of it. Once the passage completely collapsed before Xiao Yan could leave, the latter would no longer have a chance to escape. If he fell into the endless void, his fate would be unpredictable. Soon, at the end of Xiao Yan's line of sight, he could see a blue light curtain. That was the exit of the underwater void realm. As long as he passed through it, everything that happened behind him would have nothing to do with Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, the passage in front of Xiao Yan suddenly began to collapse. At the same time, the glow on the light curtain, which was still at the edge of his sight, gradually dimmed. After which, the large exit swiftly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once it completely disappeared, Xiao Yan would no longer be able to leave this place. In the outside world, Hai Machin and the others saw the rapidly shrinking entrance of the underwater void realm in front of them. The emotions in their hearts became even more intense. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. While their hearts were filled with anticipation, their faces could not help but reveal a desolate expression. When the entrance of the underwater void realm turned into a palm-sized circle of light and then completely disappeared, everyone present could not help but lower their heads. The last bit of hope in their hearts was completely obliterated. However, almost at the same time, the black robe on Xue Mian's body and the black robe in Hai Ling-er's hand quietly disappeared. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1041. Outside the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, when the crowd saw that the entrance had completely disappeared, the only hope in their hearts was completely shattered. They let out a long sigh, their hearts filled with sorrow. They did not expect that although Xiao Yan had saved all the younger generation of the Sea clan, in the end, he would lose his life. Once Xiao Yan woke up, the two Sea clans would not be able to give him an explanation. At this moment, Hai Machin was still staring unwillingly at the place where the empty realm had disappeared. He did not believe that with Xiao Yan's means, he would die just like that. He absolutely did not believe it. Buzz. However, at this moment, after the empty realm at the bottom of the sea disappeared, a black light spot suddenly appeared at the place where it originally stood and quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge black tent that was as tall as a person. That is, seeing the black tent, Hai Machin's face suddenly changed. At the same time, the few people beside him also discovered the sudden change in the scene. The few of them immediately looked over. Soon after, a miserable figure suddenly rushed out from the black tent. His body swayed a couple of times before he managed to stabilize himself in the air. He lifted his head and saw the group of people staring at him in shock. He parted his mouth and smiled. Fortunately, I did not disappoint. I am back. Just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly went limp and fell from the sky. Hai Zhantian's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. After a quick check, he turned his head and nodded at the worried Hai Mo Chen. He said, Hai Mo Chen, Hai Mo Chen. It's okay. He just fainted because he was too weak. As soon as these words came out, Haimachen's heart relaxed. At the same time, a relieved smile appeared on the faces of everyone present. Shui Crown and Hai Ling looked at each other and smiled affectionately. Shui Crown reached out and held the girl's soft and boneless hand in his palm, never letting go. On the side, the two fathers noticed this scene, but they looked at each other and nodded with a smile. They did not say anything. When Xiao Yan woke up once again, he realized that he was in a dormitory. He stood up and looked around. This dormitory was filled with decorations that were unique to the sea. Sea reefs and corals were everywhere. Even the furniture was the same. There was no one else in the room. The environment was also extremely quiet. When Xiao Yan spread his spiritual strength outwards, the scene of a large, strangely shaped building immediately surfaced in his mind. At the same time, he sensed that he was currently located in the deep sea. The area that Xiao Yan was currently in was different from other places. Although he was in the deep sea, he was in another area that was opened up. It was not covered by the sea, and it was more like a human land. Through some of the landmark buildings, it was not difficult to tell that Xiao Yan should be in the sea shark tribe. Moreover, his position seemed to be near the center of the entire tribe. When his spiritual power spread out, he was shocked by the size of the sea tribe. In this vast underwater world, countless buildings spread out in all directions. Even with Xiao Yan's spiritual power, he was still unable to see the end of these buildings. One could imagine the size of the sea shark tribe. One could see a large part of the big picture. After recovering, Xiao Yan also realized that the dou qi in his body had completely recovered. Even some of the injuries on his body had disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yan's condition had already recovered to its peak. Xiao Yan could not help but let out a long sigh as he sensed the abundant strength in his body. This kind of feeling of having strength was much better. When he recalled everything that he had encountered in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, that kind of weak feeling from inside out really caused him to have a lingering fear. In the end, if he had not used all his strength to agglomerate the great way of the void and used it to escape from that place of death, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have been swallowed by the endless darkness. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan suddenly had a thought. Soon after, a pale blue virtual image swiftly rose from behind him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan controlled it and it did not touch the roof. Otherwise, this dormitory would have been destroyed by Xiao Yan. Letting out a soft breath, Xiao Yan turned around to look at the pale blue virtual image that had been agglomerated behind him. A smile involuntarily surfaced on the corner of his mouth. The wing elephant skill, the third skill of the four saint manifestation skill. If he could successfully practice it, he could attempt to agglomerate the final skill, the giant elephant skill. Back then, according to the description of the four saint manifestation skill, if he could master these four skills through a comprehensive study, the might of the giant elephant skill would even be comparable to an E-class dou skill. This kind of temptation was something that even Xiao Yan could not help but be moved by. Of course, the current him was still very far away from that step. Let's not talk about when he would be able to agglomerate the giant elephant skill. Just the current Xiao Yan was far from being able to unleash the strength of an E-class dou skill. However, it was also because of this that from a certain point of view, this also gave Xiao Yan a certain amount of motivation. With a thought, the virtual image behind him disappeared. After musing for a moment, Xiao Yan's mind looked inside and came to his mind. At this moment, a blue-colored energy light cluster was slowly floating in his mind. This was the fragment of the flame mantra that Haimachen had given him. Now, Xiao Yan planned to use this opportunity to refine it. This could be considered as resolving one of the concerns in his heart. As soon as he thought of doing it, the heavenly flame within the vortex in his body immediately surged upward and swiftly entered his mind. Under Xiao Yan's control, it turned into a flame medicinal cauldron that swiftly wrapped around the blue-colored energy light cluster in front of him. Immediately, he began to refine it without any hesitation. The refining process this time around was much simpler and faster. With Xiao Yan's current cultivation, refining this fragment of the flame mantra did not have any difficulty. In less than 2 hours, the flame mantra fragment was successfully refined. At the same time, the flame mantra, chi method, within Xiao Yan's body also involuntarily began to circulate. Immediately, a wild and ferocious suction force surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. The energy within the entire dormitory, as well as the outside world, was attracted by this special suction force and involuntarily gathered toward Xiao Yan. Feeling the strange state of the energy in the surrounding air, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. From the looks of it, the refining of the flame mantra had also triggered the qi within his body. Perhaps, he could even use this opportunity to break through to an 8-star Do Di. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately parted his mouth and smiled. He swiftly sat cross-legged and entered into a training state. He began to concentrate on absorbing and refining the natural energy. What's going on? The sudden change immediately alerted the patrolling Sea clan members in the vicinity. Immediately, quite a number of people gathered toward Xiao Yan's location from all directions. However, just as they appeared in the air above Xiao Yan's dormitory, 4 human figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in a ghost-like manner. They waved their hands and stopped the Sea clan soldiers who were about to step forward to investigate. When the crowd saw this, they respectfully bowed to the 4 of them. Then, with suspicious gazes, they all retreated. In the air, Hai Zhantian and Hai Machin by the side exchanged glances. The latter smiled slightly and said, "Looks like he has refined that portion of the flame mantra, chi method. Moreover, from the looks of his current posture, it seems that he wants to use this opportunity to break through." By the side, the heaven-devouring dragon and the tribe leader of the sea shark tribe involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They recalled the frightening fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed in front of them earlier. When he was a 7-star Do Di, he was already able to easily suppress a 9-star Do Di expert. If the latter's cultivation was to advance another level, just how frightening would his fighting strength be? Thinking of this, even with the status of these 2 people, they could not help but gently inhale a breath of cool air. At the same time, the favorable impression they had of Xiao Yan in their hearts also swiftly rose. The favor of saving their lives was enough to cause them to be a little more courteous to Xiao Yan. However, if it was related to the latter's future potential, they had no choice but to treat him seriously. Do per reincarnated flame emperor. Do per reincarnated flame emperor. Chapter 1042. In the void, the patriarch of the Sea Shark clan, who had regained his senses, immediately looked at Hai Zhantian in front of him and hurriedly said respectfully, "Father, I suggest that you immediately pass the order to our Sea Shark clan. From now on, Mr. Xiao Yan is a distinguished guest." On the side, Sky-devouring dragon raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Indeed, a simple good impression couldn't win people's hearts. Only the most practical action was the most effective way to win people over. However, when the former's voice just reached Hai Zhantian's ears, the latter curled his lips and said in a deep voice, "By the time you think of this step, the entire Sea clan has already known in advance. The old me has already informed the first elders of the 2 large Sea clans and asked them to pass down the order. From today onwards, Xiao Yan will be the joint honorary elder of our 2 large Sea clans. Other than the clan head and the elder in charge, everyone else must greet him when they meet. You still dare to call him a VIP? Humph, Xiao Hai, you have underestimated him." The low words immediately made Hai Shou lower his head in shame. At the same time, even Sky-devouring dragon couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect that Hai Zhantian's order had already been passed to the 2 sea clans. As the patriarch, he didn't know until now. Subsequently, the 4 of them quieted down. Under the lead of Hai Machin, they landed in the courtyard where Xiao Yan was. They sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiao Yan quietly. Soon after, the young couple, Xue Mian and Hai Ling, also arrived. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. In the dormitory, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had been closed for 3 days, slowly opened at this moment. The moment his eyes opened, there was a flash of white flame in his dark eyes. At the same time, the aura in Xiao Yan's body completely stabilized. Phew, Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. He carefully sensed the strength in his body that was many times stronger than it was 3 days ago. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The breakthrough this time around was as smooth as water flowing when the conditions were right. From the circulation of the chi method, to the absorption and refinement of the natural energy, the expansion of the vortex space, and the strengthening of the overall quality of his body, all aspects appeared to be extremely smooth. This was also due to Xiao Yan's continuous fighting during these few months. The continuous exhaustion of his body and the accumulation of strength caused everything to be so smooth and easy. Sure enough, fighting was the best way to improve the speed of cultivation. After recovering, Xiao Yan got up and washed his face. He walked out of the room. At this moment, a couple of figures were standing in the courtyard outside of the room. They were seated beside a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Noticing that Xiao Yan had left, the gazes of the few people present were also thrown over. Seeing the group of people in front of him, Xiao Yan's figure, which had just stepped out of the door, couldn't help but slightly pause. He was slightly stunned as he looked at the people in front of him. After a long while, Xiao Yan dryly coughed twice and hurriedly went out. He respectfully cupped his fists towards the few people and said, "This junior has made the seniors wait for a long time. Ha ha ha, there's no need to wait. We originally wanted to see how your body was doing, but coincidentally saw that you were breaking through. Since we were bored, we might as well sit here and wait for you." The few of them stood up and walked towards Xiao Yan. They looked at each other, then Hai Machin indifferently laughed out loud. The rest of the people beside him also smiled and nodded their heads. Soon after, Hai Machin smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "How is it? After refining the remnant scroll of the flame mantra, your cultivation has also broken through." "Yes, I have already broken through to the 8th star. It can be considered an unexpected surprise." When these words were spoken, Hai Machin and the other 3 experts from the Sea clan present were not surprised. However, the expressions of Xue Mian and Hai Ling Er behind them instantly became extremely shocked. This was especially the case for Xue Mian. His face was stunned as he looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Xiao Yan. Elder Xiao Yan, you said that you have broken through to the 8th star? How is this possible? You had clearly relied on your own strength to defeat so many Do D-class magical beasts in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. However, how is it possible that your cultivation is only that of an 8th star Do D?" Xue Mian's words were not only the thoughts of Xue Mian alone. There were even countless people from the entire Sea clan who held such thoughts. No one could believe that a 7-star Do D would be able to unleash a strength that even a 9-star Do D would be afraid to avoid. Unfortunately, after the matter of Xiao Yan defeating the people from the Yuan mansion with one punch spread, the voices of doubt within the entire Sea clan gradually died down. This was especially so after the upper echelons of the Sea clan tacitly agreed that this matter had happened. All the younger generation of the Sea clan no longer doubted it. However, Xue Mian and Hai Ling Er, who had just escaped from the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, were naturally unaware of this. However, they clearly understood that Xiao Yan in front of them possessed an extremely frightening fighting strength. Based on their evaluation in their hearts, Xiao Yan's strength was definitely the strongest below the origin transformation realm. However, they had never imagined that Xiao Yan's true cultivation was not even a 9-star Do D. "Cuckoo, I'm afraid that this matter is a long story. However, Brother Xue Mian, why do you address me as an elder?" Xiao Yan laughed faintly. He did not speak any further on this topic. His tone changed as he noticed a detail in Xue Mian's words. "Cuckoo, let me explain this," after which, Hai Machin smiled and explained the reason behind this to Xiao Yan. The latter pondered for a moment in his heart when he heard this and immediately understood Hai Zhantian's intention. While he felt that it was funny in his heart, Xiao Yan also accepted it with a grateful smile. What a joke. It would be a lie if he said that he was not tempted by the joint title of elder of the 2 large Sea clan. Even if it was someone else, forget about a Do D like him, it was likely that even an expert at the Origin King class would be tempted. Soon after, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. His eyebrows twitched as he hurriedly looked at Hai Machin and asked with a frown. Elder, may I know how the current situation of my ancestor is? Seeing the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face, Hai Machin smiled faintly and said, in order to support the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, your ancestor finally exhausted his spiritual strength and has temporarily entered a deep slumber. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when these words were said. Soon after, Hai Machin continued to speak. Fortunately, with the enormous resources of the Sea clan, I have selected a few medicinal ingredients that can help him recover his spiritual strength. After refining them, he is currently slowly absorbing them. I believe that he will wake up soon. Moreover, the recovery speed of his spiritual strength will likely shock you when that time comes. As Hai Machin spoke, he also handed a milky white ring to Xiao Yan. Hai Machin's spiritual origin was within it. The corners of Hai Machin's and the heaven-devouring dragon's mouths involuntarily twitched when they heard Hai Machin's words. That was natural. In order to help Xiao Xian recover his spiritual strength, Hai Machin had unceremoniously plundered all the medicinal ingredients that could help with spiritual strength from the two large Sea clan. Some of the medicinal ingredients could be said to be unique. Even they could not bear to part with them. Who would have thought that they would end up benefiting Xiao Xian? Hearing Hai Machin's words, Xiao Yan probed the situation within the ring in his hand. He sensed the incomparably large spiritual strength and involuntarily felt a shock. Adding this to the pained expressions of the two clan heads, he immediately came to a realization in his heart. Hai Machin had robbed the entire Sea clan for him. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not help but gulp when he thought of that, as if he was afraid that the two of them would seek him out in the future. On the other hand, Hai Machin did not seem to care at all. When Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts, Hai Machin hesitated slightly before looking at him with a smile again. Little guy, since your ancestor is fine now, and you've gotten another surprise, why don't I give you another surprise? Since there are so many good things, I'll give you another surprise. As he spoke, Hai Machin extended his hand. Under Xiao Yan's curious gaze, a deep blue flame suddenly rose with a poof. It was the Sea Heart Flame. Chapter 1043. Sea Heart Flame. Xiao Yan's expression immediately solidified when he saw the blue-colored flame slowly rising from Hai Mo Chen's hand. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. His ultimate goal in coming to the North Sea was the Sea Heart Flame. He didn't expect that Hai Machin would take the initiative to deliver the Sea Heart Flame to him before he could even open his mouth. Since I'll have to give it to you sooner or later, I won't trouble you. I've lived in the North Sea for 1,000 years, and I really don't want to leave this place. This sea is where my everything depends on. Just like you said, I really can't let go of Beihai College, so I plan to give the Sea Heart Flame to you before you leave. Hearing Hai Machin's words, the people around him were stunned. The two patriarchs looked at each other, and finally looked at Hai Zhantian. They were very clear about the relationship between the two people in front of them. It could be said that Jiao Jiao and Meng Meng were inseparable. Hai Zhantian found it very difficult to accept that Hai Machin wanted to leave, but just as Hai Machin explained to him, all of this was his responsibility. Life had to be faced with many separations, but the meaning was different. Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment after hearing Hai Machin's words. He was naturally happy to be able to obtain the Sea Heart Flame, but at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret and self-blame for the friendship between the two old men. If it weren't for his appearance, the two old men would have been able to accompany each other as before. Okay, it's no big deal. I've made up my mind. Little guy, you should make some preparations before refining the heavenly flame during this period of time. I know that if I let you refine it now, you won't be able to start in a hurry. First, find a place to refine it at the bottom of the sea. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Hai Machin smiled and looked at the silent Hai Zhantian beside him. He patted the latter's shoulder and said, "Old man, in the future, my Beihai College will have to rely on you. I've already sent the news back. From now on, you'll be the vice dean of Beihai College. If there's any big matter in the college, I'll have to rely on you." You're leaving, but you're leaving such a big mess to me. Why do you want me to be the vice dean? Dean? Hai Zhantian furrowed his brows, a look of disgust appearing on his fleshy face. Hai Mo Chen, on the other hand, grinned and laughed heartily. Of course it's still me, ha 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 ha. Hai Zhantian fell silent. Then, Hai Ma Chen once again looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Little guy, remember, the place to refine the heavenly flame must first be some deep sea or deep abyss. That will more or less have a suppressive effect on the heavenly flame. Moreover, the temperature of the deep sea will also decrease. This will more or less help you in refining the heavenly flame. As for the medicinal herbs and pills needed in the process, I think that as an alchemist, you don't need me to solve this problem for you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded. He had also thought of this point. Refining the heavenly flame at the bottom of the sea was a unique refining environment. And with Xiao Yan's temperament, to refine the heavenly flame, he must find an excellent place. However, when the people behind him heard Hai Machen say that Xiao Yan was actually an alchemist, their originally calm faces once again revealed a shocked expression. It was unexpected that the Xiao Yan in front of him would actually be an alchemist while possessing such a frightening fighting strength that defied the heavens. This identity was like a heavy bomb that immediately exploded in the hearts of these people. But soon, when Hai Shou and the heaven-devouring dragon came back to their senses, the heaven-devouring dragon took a step forward without hesitation. He faced Xiao Yan and smiled, "If you need a deep abyss, then go to my sea serpent clan. The hidden dragon abyss in the holy altar of my sea serpent clan is the deepest abyss in the entire North Sea. In addition, it is also the place where my clan worships all year round. It contains a large amount of Yin Qi in my clan's bloodline. It should be the best place to refine the heavenly flame." Hearing this, Hai Machen and Hai Zhantian immediately nodded. They agreed with this point. On the other hand, Hai Shou looked at the heaven-devouring dragon with some hesitation and said, "But the hidden dragon abyss is the holy altar of the sea serpent clan after all. For countless years, there has been no precedent of outsiders being able to enter. If we do this, won't those old fellows of the sea serpent clan, ha ha ha, brother Hai, you naturally don't have to worry about this. Xiao Yan is now the great hero of my sea clan. Everyone is grateful to him in their hearts. Moreover, have you forgotten that Xiao Yan is now the joint elder of both our clans? How can he be counted as an outsider? In my opinion, even without this identity, those old fellows won't object either." The heaven-devouring flood dragon laughed out loud. The hearts of the few people present relaxed one after another. After which, Hai Machen looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Although the location has been chosen, why don't you go and take a look yourself? After all, the final decision is still in your hands. It's up to you to decide whether it's suitable or not." Xiao Yan nodded when he heard that. Hai Machen was right. Although the elders present all agreed that the hidden dragon abyss was suitable, it was only their subjective opinion after all. The final decision was still up to Xiao Yan himself. "Then why don't Xiao Yan come with me and take a look first?" The heaven-devouring dragon nodded in agreement. After all, they were outsiders when it came to refining heavenly flames. There were many things that they could not decide just because they wanted to. Afterwards, Xiao Yan followed the heaven-devouring dragon and left the Sea Shark clan's residence first. They passed through the water and quickly rushed to the Sea Serpent clan's residence. As for Hai Machen and the others, they stayed behind for the time being. Soon, under the guidance of the heaven-devouring dragon, the two of them arrived at the Sea Serpent clan's residence. At a glance, although the type of buildings here was slightly different from the Sea Shark clan's, the overall scale also made Xiao Yan feel emotional. With the heaven-devouring dragon leading the way, the two of them quickly arrived at a huge stone platform somewhere in the Sea Serpent clan's residence. The couple of guards from the Sea Serpent tribe, who were standing at the edge of the stone platform, hurriedly bowed respectfully when the two of them appeared. When their eyes noticed Xiao Yan, they rotated their eyes and immediately guessed the latter's identity. On top of the shock in their hearts, they did not dare to slight Xiao Yan as they bowed and greeted him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. After that, his gaze fell on the huge stone platform in front of him. The entire stone platform was formed by layers of high steps, like a pyramid without a tip. In the middle of it, there was a huge circular hole that led straight to the bottom of the sea. Due to its depth, the hole looked extremely deep and dark at a glance. With just a glance, one could not help but feel a chill run down one's spine. Before Xiao Yan could approach the entrance of the cave, he sensed a deep chill that was transmitted from the bottom of the cave from a great distance. This kind of chill caused him to feel a chill on his back even though he had the protection of the heavenly flame. This kind of chill not only penetrated one's bones but also caused one's soul to tremble. According to the heaven-devouring dragon, this hole was the place that Xiao Yan borrowed to refine heavenly flames, the hidden dragon abyss. The Reincarnated Flame Emperor. The Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1044. As he felt the bone-chilling chill coming from the cave, Xiao Yan was delighted. That's right, this was exactly what he needed. How is it? Are you satisfied? The heaven-devouring flood dragon understood in his heart when he saw the joyous expression on Xiao Yan's face. Not bad. This hidden dragon abyss is indeed worthy of being the sacred altar of the sea serpent tribe. Just the outer area is already so cold. If I go deeper, the cold will definitely be even more intense. Perhaps it will be much easier for me to refine the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction. The hidden dragon abyss was simply a sacred place to refine the heavenly flame. It could not be more suitable. All right, since you are satisfied, I can rest assured. Wait here for a moment. I will go and inform a few old fellows in the tribe. This will prevent them from saying that I, the tribe leader, did not inform them in advance. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding. This kind of relationship within the clan was indeed very troublesome. Even if the clan leader made a decision, there were many things that needed to be agreed upon by the elders. Moreover, it was like the sacred altar within the clan. Very quickly, the heaven-devouring dragon left this place, and Xiao Yan slowly walked to the front of the hidden dragon abyss. As Xiao Yan approached, the originally pitch-black hidden dragon abyss suddenly underwent some changes. In the pitch-black underwater cave, specks of blue light were actually reflected. The light gradually became clearer. When Xiao Yan arrived at the edge of the hidden dragon abyss, the entire cave was actually filled with bright blue light. Even though the cave was still deep and bottomless, it was eye-catching. Even some of the grooves in the cave were similarly reflecting the gorgeous light. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt surprised when he sensed this. His body took a couple of steps back and the light in front of his eyes dimmed. At this moment, he finally understood in his heart. It seemed that this hidden dragon abyss had a special design that allowed one to see the light within it only when one approached it. The kind of darkness that one could see in the distance was also a kind of protective method of the sea serpent tribe. After all, no one would be willing to touch something that would cause fear at first sight. However, just as Xiao Yan was curiously sizing up the latent dragon abyss, a burly figure walked up the stairs from the edge of the stone platform not far away. When the guards around the stone platform saw the burly man, they immediately showed a respectful look and quickly bowed to the latter. The burly man also waved his hand roughly, and his face still had a gloomy expression that couldn't be erased. Because of the previous incident, he had been punished by the Elders Guild to patrol the entire Sea Serpent clan and was not allowed to leave the clan for 3 months. In the past, he had never suffered such humiliation. This man was the bloodline leader of the Sea Flood Dragon clan, who had been forced back by Xiao Yan on the Snake Island not long ago with the help of the strange flame. It was because of the failure of the Yuan estate selection that Xue Xue was punished by the Council of Elders, which led to this scene. Damn it! It's all that human brat's fault. With a furious snort, the burly man suddenly raised his head. At the same time, a figure in a black robe appeared in his sight. Looking at the slightly familiar back, the burly man's squinted eyes slowly widened. In the end, deep within his eyes, there was a ball of deep anger. Human brat. It's you. You actually dare to appear in my clan. There's a path to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you walk into it yourself. Raging anger gathered crazily in Commander Xue's eyes. Back then, he was unable to kill Xiao Yan because of Wang Ziyuan's obstruction. Today, Xiao Yan actually appeared in his clan with great fanfare. No matter what, he had to release the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart for more than a month. Brat, go to hell. You caused the old me to be punished for 3 months. Today, I will let you have a taste of what it means to beg for death. With a furious cry, Commander Shui did not allow any explanation. His feet stomped heavily on the ground in front of the stunned gazes around the stone stage. His body immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared behind Xiao Yan. A fist smashed toward the latter's head. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed in the face of the attack that suddenly came from behind him. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. A thought passed through his heart and the dou qi in his body was hurriedly circulated. At the same time, a blue-colored illusionary image was agglomerated behind him in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body moved to the side when the punch came. Only then did the fist, which was filled with a sharp wind, narrowly brush past Xiao Yan's ear. The sharp sound of rushing wind caused Xiao Yan's eardrums to feel pain. Half of his face was distorted, but his body did not dare to pause even a little. He hurriedly dodged again when Commander Shui's punch was about to land. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt stunned when he saw the sharp attack of Commander Shui in front of him. The word fate was really ingenious and difficult to grasp. It was unexpected that he would once again meet Commander Shui at this moment. It must be said that it was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. A month ago, he was worried that he would be blocked by this fellow. It was unexpected that they would actually meet again today. After dodging a couple of times, Xiao Yan could not avoid being injured by a couple of punches from this fellow. A couple of large holes were immediately formed on the black robe that he was wearing. At the same time, a couple of bright red fist imprints were left on Xiao Yan's body. It was not until this moment that the guards around the stone platform reacted in shock. Then, their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly stepped forward. They did not care about their own safety as they surrounded Commander Shui, who was about to attack Xiao Yan again. Only then was the latter forced to stop his actions. With the obstruction of these guards, the sudden change in the field finally stopped. However, Commander Shui still had an angry look on his face. His gaze swept across the people in front of him fiercely as he scolded, "What? Are you looking for death? You actually stopped me for a human brat." At this time, Commander Shui was filled with anger. He did not have the time to think about the reason behind this. However, the guards in front of him all had a drastic change in expression as they hurriedly shouted, "Commander Shui, you can't hurt this sir. He is the joint elder of the 2C clan specially invited by Senior Hai Zhantian. You can't hurt him." When Hai Zhantian was mentioned, the pupils of the lineage leader suddenly shrunk. The fury that filled his heart immediately disappeared by more than half. The thoughts in his mind also immediately became clear. Indeed, he had also heard about this matter. It was said that even the tribe leader attached great importance to this matter. After thinking for a while in his heart, Commander Shui's flushed face quickly turned pale. Joint elder, after spitting out these few words with a sluggish expression, Xingling Ling's heart instantly turned to ashes. Joint elder. That position was comparable to the first elder in the clan. At this moment, he had actually made a move against him. This time, it was likely that he would never be able to repay the punishment on him. However, it was also at this time that the heaven-devouring flood dragon, who had left not long ago, returned once again. At the same time, there were a few more elders behind him. They were the leaders of the Sea Flood Dragon clan. Chapter 1045. North Sea, Sea Serpent Clan, on the Holy Altar. The heaven-devouring serpent and the group of elders behind him, who had once again returned, involuntarily frowned when they saw this scene. Their gazes continued to sweep over, only to discover that there were a couple of extremely eye-catching holes hanging on the black robes that Xiao Yan was currently wearing. The skin under them was also unusually red. The expressions of the few of them immediately changed. When they turned their eyes and saw Commander Shui being surrounded and blocked by a group of guards, they immediately understood what had happened. "Shui Shang, what's going on?" Behind the heaven-devouring dragon, a gray-haired elder walked towards Xue Shang with a gloomy face. At the same time, the guards around him hurriedly moved aside. However, Xue Shang's body trembled in the face of the old man's question. He could not say a single word. The old man was helpless. Only then did he look at the guard beside him. Even though the guard did not want to offend Commander Xue because of this, under the old man's dignified gaze, he still recounted everything that had happened. Damn it. You made a huge mistake last time, and now you dare to attack Elder Xiao. You deserve to die. As he spoke, the gray-haired elder suddenly raised a palm and was about to hit Xue Shang's chest. With the elder's cultivation, if this palm really landed, even if Xue Shang did not die, he would be severely injured. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth. Elder, please wait. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Once Xiao Yan's words were uttered, the old man's face finally stopped. He let out a faint cold snort and spoke to Xue Shang in an icy tone. If the principal did not plead for you, you would have become a cripple. This elder's words are too serious. The matter between me and Commander Xue is just a misunderstanding. Firstly, he did not know who I was. He only knew that I was a human. Secondly, if Commander Xue had not been defeated by me on the Coiling Snake Island a month ago, I don't think that the incident just now would have happened. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expressions of the guards present, as well as the heaven-devouring dragon and the others, instantly changed. Their mouths inhaled a breath of cool air. Could it be that Commander Xue's defeat a month ago was because of Xiao Yan? Although they knew that the person who had forced the Sea Serpent Tribe's army to retreat back then was an elite Dou-Di, they were not very clear about the details of that battle. Hence, they were naturally unaware of the bone-chilling flame that had obtained great battle merits in that battle. However, they did not expect that the main culprit who had caused the Sea Serpent Tribe's defeat in that battle was actually Xiao Yan in front of them. After understanding this point, the heaven-devouring dragon and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, a thread of pity rose in their hearts for Commander Xue. Of all the people he could meet, he just had to meet this young man in front of them who even they had to be courteous to. After which, Commander Xue Shang left the sacred altar with the help of the guards. Xiao Yan also exchanged some pleasantries with the few elders in front of him before being led by the heaven-devouring dragon back to the Sea Shark Tribe's encampment. After seeing Hai Zhantian and the others, Xiao Yan expressed that he was extremely satisfied with the hidden dragon abyss. In this way, the external conditions needed to refine the heavenly flame had been resolved. Next, it was Xiao Yan's personal matter. The medicinal pills needed to swallow the heavenly flame, and the condition of his body must be in the best condition before he prepared to swallow the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan thought about the medicinal pills needed to swallow the heavenly flame. Finally, he gave up on this idea. Putting aside the fact that the medicinal pills needed to swallow the sea heart flame were of a higher tier, just the medicinal ingredients alone were enough to give Xiao Yan a headache. Although he had the support of the enormous resources of the Sea Tribe, Xiao Yan clearly understood that he could not always take other people's things. The reason why the two large sea clans were so courteous to him was firstly because he had saved all the younger generation members of the two large sea clans. Another reason was because of Hai Zhantian. If it were not for Hai Zhantian, Xiao Yan would not have been able to possess the status of joint elder of the two large sea clans. Using the current situation as an example, all these titles were merely empty. If they wanted to be real, it was likely that they would have to wait until Xiao Yan displayed sufficient strength for them to take seriously. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed quietly in his heart when he thought of this. In this world, regardless of where one was, one still needed to use one's strength to speak. Without strength, anyone would view one as an ant. On the other hand, even if one did not do anything, others would similarly treat one as an honored guest. The principle of this world had always been like this. Although there were no medicinal pills, Xiao Yan planned to replace this vacancy with the ice soul that he obtained from the icy spirit frozen spring. As one of the rare existences in this world that could suppress the heavenly flame, if he had the assistance of the ice soul during the process of refining the heavenly flame, the pressure that Xiao Yan had to bear would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. In addition, if he poured out the icy spirit frozen liquid in his storage ring, it would definitely be a great help. Xiao Yan did not need to worry about many things. During the next couple of days, Xiao Yan became idle. Other than sleeping and resting, Xiao Yan began to tour the enormous palace at the bottom of the sea during these couple of days. In this regard, Hai Zhantian and the others did not disturb him, so as not to add any unnecessary psychological burden to the young man. Therefore, as his granddaughter, Hai Ling was naturally sent to accompany Xiao Yan. With Hai Ling by his side, the young lord of the Sea Serpent clan, Shui Crown, naturally had to be there as well. At first, the two of them were a little awkward because of Xiao Yan's current identity. However, the three of them were after all, and they quickly adapted to each other. From time to time, they would chat and laugh, and the relationship between the three of them also quickly warmed up. This was perhaps the main reason why Hai Zhantian sent his granddaughter. The friendship established between the young people was often much more solid than the promises made by the old guys. A few days later, Xiao Yan, Hai Machin and the others appeared together on the sacred altar of the Sea Serpent clan. Everyone looked at the huge deep sea cave in front of them, and then their gazes fell on Xiao Yan. Today was the day that Xiao Yan was prepared to enter the hidden dragon abyss and begin to devour the sea heart flame. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the gazes of Xiao Yan's group landed on Hai Machin and Hai Zhantian in unison. They were old friends for 1,000 years. Once they parted today, they would no longer be able to meet each other again. How could such a scene not cause one to feel pity in one's heart? The two old men looked at each other. Their eyes were calm and did not ripple. However, no one knew what kind of shocking waves were surging in their hearts at this moment. The two of them were silent for more than a quarter of an hour. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not say a single word. In the end, Hai Machin was the first to withdraw his gaze. His body trembled slightly, and a blue flame immediately ignited on the surface of his body. The few people beside him were all moved. Other than being stunned, there was naturally some envy in their eyes. After Hai Machin's body completely transformed into a ball of blue flame, he charged into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan also solemnly cupped his hands towards everyone present. Then, his body trembled. As the white flame lingered on his body flew to the sky above the hidden dragon abyss. Then, under everyone's gazes, he turned into a white streamer. Like a dragon diving into the abyss, he charged into the cold water-filled cave below. Chapter 1046. After entering the hidden dragon abyss, Xiao Yan swiftly dived into the depths. According to the heaven-devouring dragon, the deeper one went into the hidden dragon abyss, the lower the temperature of the surrounding seawater. Hence, Xiao Yan needed to find a place that was absolutely suitable for him. An hour later, following Xiao Yan's descent, the temperature of the surrounding seawater had indeed dropped to the point that even his bone-chilling flame was unable to completely block it. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to be shocked, but it also caused his heart to be extremely satisfied. The seawater was filled with the dark and cold aura of the ancestors of the Sea Serpent tribe. After countless years of accumulation, the cold aura of this place was actually able to affect the heavenly flame. It must be said that it was extremely frightening. Of course, this was naturally due to Xiao Yan's current weak cultivation. Otherwise, how could the heavenly flame, the most violent energy in the world, be so easily suppressed? Looking back from this depth, he could no longer see the exit of the hidden dragon abyss. However, there was still a small gap from the low-temperature environment that Xiao Yan had hoped for. Xiao Yan's diving figure only gradually came to a stop after he had entered the hidden dragon abyss for a full 2 hours. Feeling the shockingly low temperature of the surrounding seawater, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily turned slightly pale. He could only circulate the dou qi in his body, causing the burning flame on the surface of his body to become even fiercer. Only then was he able to barely withstand it. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face revealed an extremely satisfied smile. This is the place. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan directly sat down. Soon after, a somewhat illusionary human figure also scuttled out from his body. It was Hai Machin. Little fellow, you should be prepared. Once you say, start, the old me will automatically cut off the connection between the sea heart flame. At that time, without my control, the sea heart flame will definitely erupt. Everything will depend on you. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he nodded. He extended his hand and a light flashed above his palm. A palm-sized deep blue ice crystal appeared out of nowhere. The instant this ice crystal appeared, a frightening aura that was many times colder than the seawater immediately spread out. At the same time, the seawater surrounding this ice crystal also swiftly turned into an extremely solid layer of ice. Subsequently, under Xiao Yan's deliberate control, the ice layer finally melted. However, at the same time, the extremely cold aura contained within it also cleverly covered Xiao Yan. This is the extreme cold ice soul. Good brat, where did you get this thing from? No wonder I did not see you swallow any medicinal pills. You actually have this thing. The instant he saw this ice crystal, Haimachen's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. His mouth could not help but exclaim. Clearly, being able to see the extreme cold ice soul in this place caused even him to feel extremely shocked. With regards to the might of this thing, how could Haimachen, who was a heavenly flame, not know about it in his heart? This junior was only able to obtain it by luck. Xiao Yan smiled and did not explain further. However, the latter continued to nod his head. Not bad, not bad. With this thing, your chances of refining a heavenly flame will increase significantly. In this way, I can be at ease. In that case, are you prepared now? Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head heavily. Almost at the same time, the connection between Haimachen and the sea heart flame was also instantly cut off. Bang! In an instant, the fierce blue-colored flame immediately began to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. The wild and violent energy swiftly spread in all directions, intending to burn Xiao Yan's qi paths and internal organs into ashes. Xiao Yan did not hesitate. The instant the connection between Haimachen and the sea heart flame was cut off, the bone-chilling flame immediately surged out from all over his body and swiftly forced the sea heart flame into the vortex. However, the sea heart flame was not a kind soul. Having lost control, its natural wild and violent nature could not be suppressed. In merely a short moment, the encirclement that was agglomerated by the bone-chilling flame was forcefully broken by it. However, Xiao Yan did not expect to use this little trick to successfully subdue it. Instead, he used the bone-chilling flame to chase it away while maneuvering the dense cold air that was being emitted by the extreme cold ice soul. He drew it into his body and carefully and swiftly covered all of his qi paths and bones under the wrapping of do qi. This time around, Xiao Yan allowed the sea heart flame to violently attack him. However, it was ultimately unable to easily eliminate the cold air. However, with the slow flow of time, the cold air was ultimately unable to endure for too long. Other than borrowing the cold air, Xiao Yan naturally relied more on his own strength to suppress the eruption of the sea heart flame. However, it was clearly impossible to suppress the sea heart flame within a short period of time. Within 4 hours, the sea heart flame had actually broken through Xiao Yan's encirclement 5 times. Moreover, the result each time would cause Xiao Yan's body to suffer quite a great setback. In the end, Xiao Yan steeled his heart and directly took out 3 jade bottles that contained the icy spirit cold liquid from his storage ring. Without any hesitation, he poured all of the icy spirit cold liquid into his mouth. Immediately, an extremely icy coldness immediately spread from Xiao Yan's mouth. Xiao Yan's entire face instantly became ghastly white. Even some ice fragments had formed on his face. Such a crazy action was truly shocking. The icy spirit cold liquid flowed down his throat and rolled into his body. Xiao Yan's entire upper body instantly became numb. If it was not for the protection of the bone-chilling flame, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already been sealed in ice at this moment. With the addition of this icy spirit cold liquid, the arrogance of the sea heart flame was swiftly suppressed. Soon after, in addition to the cold air of the extreme cold ice soul and the bone-chilling flame suppressing and driving it away, the wild and violent sea heart flame was finally firmly sealed within the vortex by Xiao Yan after over 10 days. Following which, it was the official process of swallowing and refining. Compared to the former, this process was the most dangerous in the entire process of swallowing the heavenly flame. The slightest carelessness could lead to a backlash from the heavenly flame, causing one's body to explode and die. In addition, there was also the bone-chilling flame in Xiao Yan's body. The difficulty of this process had imperceptibly increased greatly. However, with regards to this, Xiao Yan still did not turn back. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It had been almost a year and a half since Xiao Yan had entered the Northern Sea. It was also at this moment that an uninvited guest was welcomed in the Northern Sea. Within the two great sea clans, the clan leader Chang Shou and the heaven-devouring dragon were both alarmed. Similarly, Hai Zhantian also leaped out of the sea at the first moment. Behind him, the other two clan leaders also followed closely. Chapter 1047. On the surface of the boundless sea, an old man in a white robe was moving towards the depths of the North Sea at an extremely fast speed. As he swept across the surface of the sea at lightning speed, the strong wind pressure separated the seawater below. It was as if a river channel had been opened in the sea. It was not until the old man's figure disappeared into the distance that the sea behind him gradually returned to its calm state. However, as the old man was moving towards the depths of the North Sea, three figures leaped out from the seemingly calm sea and looked solemnly towards the south. These three people were the two clan leaders of the Sea tribe and Hai Zhantian. With the cultivation of these three people, they had already noticed the existence of the person the moment he stepped into the North Sea. However, they did not expect that he would actually come all the way to the depths of the North Sea. They did not know what this person's purpose was. Our North Sea has little to do with the various experts on the continent. Why would someone come to the depths of our North Sea today? Looking at his posture, I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. Tsunami and the sky-devouring dragon looked solemnly at the sea in the south, their faces slightly gloomy. My North Sea is not a place where people can behave atrociously. It's fine if he's not here to cause trouble, but if he's here to cause harm to our Sea tribe, I don't mind feeding him to the fish. Hearing this, Hai Zhantian's face was filled with disdain. Although this person's cultivation was not weak, in his eyes, he was still too weak. Hearing these words, the two behind him fell silent. Although Hai Zhantian usually did not care about anything, he would still stand up without any hesitation when it came to matters that affected the interests of the Sea tribe. This caused the two tribe leaders to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time as these three people leaped out of the sea, the old man in a white robe, who was moving rapidly towards the depths of the North Sea, seemed to have sensed something. His charging figure suddenly stopped, and the moment he raised his head, a solemn look appeared on his face. I didn't expect to actually attract the protector of the Sea tribe. The old man frowned and sighed softly, but he did not hesitate too much. His body trembled slightly, and he rushed forward again. A moment later, four figures stood facing each other on the boundless sea. Among them, three were naturally the tsunami dragon, the heaven-devouring serpent and Hai Zhantian. As for the last person, he was the white-gowned old man that had charged into the Northern Sea. I didn't expect that my visit to the North Sea would cause the Sea clan to welcome me in such a grand manner. This old man is truly overwhelmed by your favor. The white-robed elder laughed heartily as his gaze swept across the three people in front of him. When his gaze swept past Hai Zhantian, he involuntarily paused. His eyes narrowed slightly as his heart sank slightly. With his cultivation, he actually couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. Even in the clan, there were very few people who could give him such a feeling. While the white-robed old man was sizing up the three people in front of him, Hai Zhantian was also sizing up the white-robed old man. It was only when his gaze landed on the white-robed old man's waist that his heart shuddered. May I know who you are, and why have you come to my Northern Sea? Tsunami's expression did not change. He took a step forward and said in a neutral tone. If I say that I'm here to have fun, would you believe me? Although he knew that the old man in front of him was extremely powerful, the white-robed old man still had a fearless look on his face as he replied to Tsunami with a mocking expression. If you have such an attitude, then don't blame us for asking you to leave. Seeing the mocking expression on the white-robed old man's face, Tsunami's expression immediately darkened. His body trembled slightly as an extremely terrifying aura swept out from his body. It turned into an invisible energy storm that rushed towards the white-robed old man in front of him. "Heh, do you want to play?" Seeing this, the white-robed old man was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile as he took a step forward. Instantly, a terrifying aura that was several times more powerful than the former immediately rushed forward. The moment the vast aura gushed out, the sea level below was forcefully pressed down. The vast sea surface caved in uncontrollably as if the ground had collapsed. The aura that surged out from Tsunami's body was instantly defeated by the latter. What? Tsunami was shocked. He did not expect the white-robed old man's cultivation to be so powerful. Even with his cultivation, it was difficult to fight against him. "I'll do it." Just as Hai Rant's expression changed, the sky-devouring dragon suddenly waved his sleeves, and a powerful aura swept out from his body. Then, it met the white-robed old man's aura. During this process, Hai Zhantian did not move at all. The strongest friendship was not only created through living together for a long time, but also through working together in the face of difficulties until mutual trust was gained. The pressure exerted by the white-robed old man would undoubtedly improve the relationship between the two. This would be of great benefit to the survival of the Sea clan in the future. However, even with the addition of the heaven-devouring flood dragon, the two of them still underestimated the strength of the white-robed old man in front of them. The pressure that the two of them had gathered together was still forcefully defeated by the white-robed old man in the end. The moment the aura was defeated, an invisible energy storm spread over the sea level for a short time. Even the sea below seemed to be swept up by the wind, stirring up layers of astonishing waves. Almost at the same time, the two patriarchs of the Sea clan trembled and took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Their expressions changed. They gritted their teeth fiercely, raised their heads, and looked at the white-robed old man again with unwilling eyes. Seeing this, the white-robed old man grinned and said, "What, not satisfied? Do you want to try again?" When the two heard this, they looked at each other and saw a trace of anger in each other's eyes. Just as they were about to move, Hai Zhantian in front of them suddenly snorted and reprimanded, "Are you still not satisfied? You clearly know that you are not a match for him. Why are you asking for trouble?" With a cold reprimand, the two of them gritted their teeth and fell silent. Hai Zhantian glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye and smiled in satisfaction in his heart. Then, he looked coldly at the white-robed old man opposite him, crossed his arms, and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" With his arms crossed, he said in a low voice, "Speak, who are you and what is your purpose in coming to my North Sea?" Although his voice was not loud, it was full of dignity, making people not dare to look at him lightly. Seeing Hai Zhantian's appearance, the white-robed old man was secretly shocked. The other party was indeed worthy of being the guardian of the North Sea. This dignity was rare for ordinary people. Withdrawing his aura, the white-robed old man's face returned to a serious expression. He cupped his hands and said to Hai Zhantian, "I have offended you just now. Please forgive me, senior." Hai Zhantian was unmoved. He only stared at the other party with a slightly gentler gaze. Then, the white-robed old man continued, "I am Xiao Mingyuan. I have no intention of offending the North Sea. This time, I only came to find a person. Therefore, I hope Senior can let me go." Chapter 1048. Surnamed Xiao. Are you from the Xiao clan in the central region? Hai Zhantian's eyes flashed slightly as he asked thoughtfully. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan was stunned at first, then he noticed the jade token hanging on his waist. He smiled slightly and replied respectfully, "Yes, Junior Xiao Mingyuan is from the Xiao clan." As soon as these words came out, Hai Ju and heaven-devouring dragon behind Hai Zhantian were stunned. It was really strange that someone from the central region would come to the North Sea to look for someone. Soon after, however, the hearts of these three involuntarily thought of Xiao Yan, who was currently in a retreat within the hidden dragon abyss and swallowing the heavenly flame. Speaking of which, the latter's surname was Xiao. Additionally, this Xiao Mingyuan had come to find someone. In other words, his target was Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Hai Ju and heaven-devouring dragon immediately looked at each other. Both of them could see the thoughts in each other's mind. After a quick thought, just as Hai Ju was about to speak, Hai Zhantian in front of him suddenly snorted coldly and said in a cold tone, "I don't care if you are looking for someone or playing. In my North Sea, I don't welcome human experts. Leave this place." With a cold snort, not only Xiao Mingyuan, but even Hai Ju and heaven-devouring dragon behind him couldn't help but change their expressions. They didn't expect Hai Zhantian to chase them away so rudely. "Senior, Junior is indeed looking for someone. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Sea clan. Please." With regards to Hai Zhantian's reprimand, Xiao Mingyuan only thought that the other party did not believe his words. Immediately, he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, Hai Zhantian waved his big sleeve in a vast pressure that was countless times more terrifying than before, instantly turned into an invisible storm that swept forward. Before Xiao Mingyuan could react, it fiercely pounced on his body and sent him flying with a blow. Xiao Mingyuan, who stabilized his body, had a huge change in expression. Although the imposing pressure couldn't hurt him, the terrifying power still caused the blood in his body to surge. "If you are still stubborn, then next time, it won't be just this." Just as Xiao Mingyuan raised his head, Hai Zhantian's cold voice rang out once again. At the same time, the terrifying aura from the latter's body also assaulted Xiao Mingyuan. Xiao Mingyuan's expression immediately changed drastically when he sensed the strength of that force. He could not be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly maneuvered the dou qi in his body. His body swiftly retreated backward and only stopped when he was 1,000 feet away. However, Hai Zhantian still looked at the other party aggressively. The biting coldness in his eyes did not decrease in the slightest because Xiao Mingyuan had retreated. It wasn't until a long while later that Xiao Mingyuan gritted his teeth with a face full of unwillingness. He helplessly let out a long sigh, flicked his sleeve, and turned around to leave the North Sea. After a long time, when Xiao Mingyuan's aura had already disappeared into the North Sea, Hai Zhantian retracted the pressure he had released. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Only at this moment did Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon behind him exchange doubtful looks. After hesitating for a moment, Hai Zhantian finally could not help but open his mouth. "Father, if Xiao Mingyuan is really here to look for someone, could he be here to look for Xiao Yan? If this is the case, then if we expel him from the North Sea, will this..." However, before Hai Zhantian could finish speaking, Hai Zhantian narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "This is still uncertain. However, if this is really the case, then all the more we can't let him enter the North Sea." Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon immediately raised their eyebrows when these words were spoken. They could not help but feel doubtful in their hearts. If Xiao Mingyuan was here to look for Xiao Yan, then it would prove that Xiao Yan was a member of the Xiao clan. Wouldn't it be best to let him return to the clan? However, why didn't they let Xiao Mingyuan look for him? Hai Zhantian seemed to have seen through the doubts of the two. He took a deep breath and raised his eyes to look in the direction that Xiao Mingyuan had left. He slowly said, "Even if he is here to look for Xiao Yan, we can't be sure whether his purpose is good or bad. If his goal is to kill Xiao Yan, then we will undoubtedly harm Xiao Yan if we bring Xiao Yan to him. But what if Xiao Mingyuan is here to look for Xiao Yan with good intentions?" The heaven-devouring flood dragon nodded and then asked suspiciously. "Yes, if Xiao Mingyuan was here to look for Xiao Yan with good intentions, then wouldn't their actions be counterproductive?" "I don't think so. If Xiao Yan is really a member of the Xiao clan, then why would he bring his ancestor with him when he left the clan? Moreover, his ancestor is only a spiritual body. As a spiritual body, it is very difficult for him to survive on this continent. So why didn't he choose to return to the clan?" Hai Zhantian's words made Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon's eyes light up. If Xiao Yan and his ancestor did not leave the Xiao clan due to some kind of coercion, then for the sake of his ancestor, Xiao Yan should return to the clan. However, it was obvious that the latter did not want to return. This also meant that the reason why they left the clan was probably because of people like Xiao Mingyuan. The reason why Hai Zhantian expelled Xiao Mingyuan from the North Sea was to avoid attracting a bigger disaster. In short, whether he is here to look for Xiao Yan or not, we can't let him enter the North Sea. The North Sea is the territory of the Sea Tribe. Human experts are not allowed to enter. If something similar happens in the future, no matter what, we must expel them. Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon immediately responded respectfully. Then, the three of them returned to the depths of the North Sea with their own guesses. At the same time, Xiao Yan was still slowly refining the sea heart flame in the hidden dragon abyss. Time was like the sand in one's fingers. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. In the past 3 years, the hidden dragon abyss had always been in a calm state. From the outside, it was impossible to see any changes in the hidden dragon abyss. Even Hai Zhantian was unable to see the specific situation inside due to the uniqueness of the hidden dragon abyss. Outside the hidden dragon abyss, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon stood quietly. Their eyes were fixed on the calm surface of the hidden dragon abyss, as if they wanted to see something from it. The two of them would come here every once in a while to observe the hidden dragon abyss, as if they wanted to see Xiao Yan's situation through the surface of the hidden dragon abyss. However, their thoughts seemed to be a little naive. Sigh, as expected, I still can't see anything. That kid, ever since he entered the hidden dragon abyss, there has been no movement. I wonder what the situation is like now. After staring for a long time without any results, Hai Zhantian helplessly sighed. He exchanged glances with the heaven-devouring dragon beside him and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. After which, the two of them turned around and left. However, at this moment, the originally calm hidden dragon abyss in front of them suddenly began to churn violently. Then, with a pu sound, the ice-cold seawater in the hidden dragon abyss instantly shot up into the sky. Chapter 1049. An astonishing pillar of water gushed out from the hidden dragon abyss, reaching a height of 100 feet. Just as it was about to touch the sea above, it suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into countless tiny icy water droplets that sprinkled over the entire sea serpent clan. Outside the hidden dragon abyss, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon watched this scene with shocked expressions. By the time the two returned to their senses, they saw another pillar of blue fire shoot out from the hidden dragon abyss. However, unlike before, the pillar of fire stealthily dissipated in the air this time. At the same time, it also drew in all the energy in the area. This time, it was not only Do Qi, but even the Genesis Qi in the area was stirred. Hai Zhantian's and the heaven-devouring dragon's expressions changed once again. To be able to draw in the surrounding Genesis Qi, this meant that Xiao Yan, who was currently cultivating in the hidden dragon abyss, had at least broken through to the origin transformation stage. This kid is really surprising. Standing outside the hidden dragon abyss, Hai Zhantian stared at the cave in front of him in astonishment. The heaven-devouring dragon could not help but nod in agreement. Then, his gaze shifted, and he saw the sea serpent clan experts continuously swarming over from outside the sacred altar. These people must have been attracted by the strange commotion just now. However, Xiao Yan was most likely at a critical juncture of his breakthrough, and he absolutely could not be disturbed by any external factors. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Buzz. However, before the heaven-devouring dragon could do anything, Hai Zhantian was already a step ahead. His body trembled slightly, and a powerful aura immediately swept out, forcing back the sea race experts that were rapidly approaching the sacred altar. At the same time, a voice filled with majesty spread from his mouth. From now on, seal off the area 100 feet around the sacred altar. No one is allowed to enter. The command shook the hearts of everyone outside the sacred altar, and they hurriedly retreated with the people beside them. However, Hai Zhantian still seemed to be worried. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast force rapidly spread outwards, enveloping the entire sacred altar. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. The heaven-devouring serpent beside Hai Zhantian had also witnessed everything that was happening in front of him. However, it was unexpected that Hai Zhantian would pay so much attention to Xiao Yan. Perhaps this had something to do with Hai Machin, but it was likely that he had been moved by Xiao Yan's potential. Yes, he possessed such a cultivation at such a young age. The strength of his fighting strength was something that the two of them had never seen before in their lives. However, the thing that shocked them the most was that Xiao Yan was not only incomparably strong in the field of training, but he had also deeply immersed himself in the art of refining medicine. On this point, it was likely that no one in the entire continent could compare with him. Most importantly, Xiao Yan's character were things that an ordinary person could not compare with. This was also the reason why the Sea clan was deeply grateful to him. Perhaps, this was also the greatest reason why Hai Zhantian had high hopes for him. As the energy in this space violently surged, a powerful energy of heaven and earth madly rushed into the hidden dragon abyss. A huge energy vortex also condensed in the sky above the hidden dragon abyss. The vigorous energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered, turning into an astonishing storm that rapidly spun above the sacred altar, constantly pouring a huge amount of energy into the hidden dragon abyss below. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was currently in the depths of the hidden dragon abyss, was also madly absorbing and refining the vast amount of energy from the outside world. The light blue flame burned fiercely on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, first filtering the surging energy. Then, after entering the meridians in Xiao Yan's body, it was refined by the cultivation method, and finally purified by the strange flame again before entering the cyclone space. Compared to 3 years ago, the current flame mantra, Qi method was already very different. After Xiao Yan had successfully refined the Sea Heart flame, the level of the flame mantra had also risen. Just from its current state, its speed was likely comparable to a high-level Ling Qi method or even surpassing it. However, it was much inferior when compared to a E-level Qi method. Despite this, one could be certain that with Xiao Yan's current flame mantra, there was definitely rarely any Ling Qi method that could compare with it. The increase in the level of the flame technique also directly affected Xiao Yan's cultivation speed. Judging from the current speed of Xiao Yan's absorption and refinement of energy, it was undoubtedly several dozen times faster than 3 years ago. This also further proved the difference between a human rank cultivation method and a spirit rank cultivation method. That was not all. Even Xiao Yan's cultivation this time was different from before. Apart from Do Qi, there was also an even greater amount of Genesis Qi that was being absorbed and refined. Wave after wave of energy was constantly poured into the cyclone space. The Do Qi turned into a sea of energy while the Genesis Qi condensed on its own in the cyclone space, turning into a fist-sized, milky white energy bead. This was proof that he had broken through to the origin transformation realm. An origin bead. This was something that all origin transformation and returnance experts possessed. Only the formation of an origin bead could prove that one had broken through to the Do Emperor realm and become a true origin transformation expert. The formation and existence of an origin bead would only occur between the origin transformation and returnance realms. Its purpose and value was to stabilize the balance between Do Qi and Genesis Qi in the cultivator's body during these two realms. This was to ensure that the cultivator would not explode and die from the conflicting energies within their bodies. Only when one's cultivation reached the Origin King stage would the Genesis pearls in one's body begin to decompose. At the same time, the battle Qi in one's body would be completely converted into Genesis Qi, and one would become a true Origin King expert. It could be said that the Origin Transformation and Returnance realms were actually a process of converting Do Qi into Genesis Qi. Once the conversion was completed, the cultivator would become an Origin King and step into the ranks of the true experts of the continent. They would be revered by everyone. However, even though that was the case, there had been many people who had failed on the path between the Origin Transformation and Returnance realms since ancient times. As a result, even if one succeeded in reaching the Origin Transformation realm, they would have to work even harder in the future. They would have to advance steadily step by step. Only then would they have a chance of breaking through. As the energy frantically poured in, Xiao Yan's aura rapidly rose. In the blink of an eye, his aura had surpassed the late Origin Transformation realm and was approaching the Returnance realm. However, even with this, vast amounts of energy continued to surge in from the outside world, pouring into Xiao Yan's body without stopping. After being refined by the heavenly fire, the energy was poured into the vortex space. At the same time, Xiao Yan's aura was about to break through to the returnant's realm. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. A piercingly cold green-colored glow shot out from his eyes. At the same time, a low cry was emitted. Both of his hands were swiftly raised. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal in a lightning-like manner. Soon after, the rising aura within Xiao Yan's body suddenly became sluggish. After which, it swiftly fell like the receding tide. The repeatedly swelling energy within the vortex was also forcefully suppressed by Xiao Yan. Afterwards, the absorption and refinement of the energy of the world continued. Chapter 1050. Within the hidden dragon abyss, Xiao Yan repeatedly suppressed the energy that he had refined within his body 7 times. Only then did the enormous natural energy around him gradually disappear. Xiao Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized at the intermediate level of the origin transformation stage. He was only a step away from the advanced level of the origin transformation stage. Xiao Yan had always pursued stability and victory. After refining the sea heart flame, the energy it had given him was indeed great. If he wanted to, he could break through to returnance in a single stroke, but at the same time, there would definitely be a gap in his cultivation after breaking through. In other words, for a very long period of time in the future, it would be very difficult for Xiao Yan's training to increase. Compared to this, Xiao Yan was more willing to focus on the present and train steadily. Accumulating strength would allow him to achieve great results. In this way, the benefits that Xiao Yan would obtain would naturally be permanent. Only after a long while did Xiao Yan slowly exhale in relief after his aura stabilized. He looked inside himself and saw the milky white genesis bead that slowly hovered in the vortex space within his body. He could not help but smile in satisfaction. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and extended his hand again. With a puff, a deep blue flame rose up from his palm. It was the sea heart flame. After 4 years, the sea heart flame had finally been completely subdued by Xiao Yan. Now, he could control it like an extension of his arm. After withdrawing the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan casually stowed the extreme chilling ice soul in front of him into his storage ring. Only then did he stand up. With a gentle tremble, he instantly vanished from where he was. With the growth of his cultivation, Xiao Yan's current speed was countless times faster than a few years ago. He probably had nothing to fear if he faced Qin Su again. Swish! A short while later, Xiao Yan's figure abruptly charged out of the hidden dragon abyss. He leapt into the air, immediately attracting the attention of the experts of the Sea Serpent clan. Outside the sacred altar, countless experts of the Sea Serpent clan only understood when they saw Xiao Yan charge out of the hidden dragon abyss. It was no wonder that Hai Zhantian had sealed off the entire sacred altar. Xiao Yan was actually in the hidden dragon abyss. At the same time, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring flood dragon were also looking at Xiao Yan in the air with faces of joy. With their cultivations, they were naturally able to see the depth of Xiao Yan's aura at a glance. It was the middle level of the origin transformation realm. Moreover, his aura was stable and long-lasting. The energy in his body was unusually abundant. He was only a step away from the late level. In 4 years' time, he had leapt from the late 7-star Do Di to the mid-origin transformation realm. Such a shocking cultivation speed was truly shocking. Of course, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon understood that the reason Xiao Yan's cultivation could rise so quickly was mostly because he had refined the sea heart flame. However, no matter how one put it, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was truly there. Moreover, the two of them also understood that the process of swallowing a heavenly flame was extremely difficult. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would end up with nothing left of their corpses. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was largely due to the sea heart flame. However, at the end of the day, it was also because of Xiao Yan's own ability. Otherwise, if it was someone else, forget about whether they could successfully swallow and refine a heavenly flame. They would not even be able to find a heavenly flame even if they wanted to. After descending, Xiao Yan arrived in front of Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon. He bowed to the two of them and spoke in a respectful tone. Seniors, it has been a few years since we last met. How have you been? Ha ha ha, why have you become so polite the moment you come out? Relax, we are doing very well. You, on the other hand, have not come out for such a long time, and I have not been able to investigate the situation in the hidden dragon abyss. I was so anxious that I almost went down to look for you. Fortunately, you are fine. Ha ha ha, Hai Zhantian laughed out loud. He also sighed in relief in his heart. Xiao Yan had not come out for a few years, causing him to be extremely anxious. If it were not for the fact that he trusted Hai Machen's choice and had personally witnessed Xiao Yan's strength, he would have already gone down to bring him up. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also smiled awkwardly. He hurriedly apologized to Hai Zhantian. The latter waved his hand indifferently. Only then did Xiao Yan sigh in relief. However, at this moment, the heaven-devouring dragon beside him opened his mouth with a somewhat depressed expression. Old Hai is indeed fine, but raising his eyebrows, Xiao Yan hurriedly looked at the heaven-devouring dragon, only to see that the latter was staring at the hidden dragon abyss not far behind him. Because of the previous water pillar, nearly half of the cold water in the hidden dragon abyss had been sprayed out. Now, the hidden dragon abyss had become a pure deep well without water. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was suddenly stunned. He was so focused on leaving the hidden dragon abyss that he did not notice this point. Sigh, little fellow, the frigid water in the latent dragon abyss was condensed by our ancestors over countless years. Every drop of frigid water contains frigid energy. This frigid water is extremely important to our clan. What you did just now. At this point, the heaven-devouring dragon was speechless, and Xiao Yan also smiled awkwardly. After a long while, he asked tentatively, Elder, if you can replenish the cold energy in the hidden dragon abyss, even if you use the sea water from the outside world, it won't matter, right? Hearing this, the heaven-devouring dragon immediately raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, Hai Zhantian looked at Xiao Yan with interest. Since the latter could say this, it was likely that he already had a way to help the sea serpent tribe replenish the cold water in the hidden dragon abyss. It is possible to do this, but you should also know that the cold energy in the hidden dragon abyss is not comparable to ordinary cold ice. Believe him. You just need to focus on guiding the water into the hidden dragon abyss. I will bear all the consequences. Before the heaven-devouring dragon finished speaking, Hai Zhantian frowned and interrupted him. Hearing this, the latter clenched his teeth and nodded. Immediately, he guided the sea water outside the space of the sea serpent tribe and poured it into the hidden dragon abyss until it was full. Subsequently, Xiao Yan confidently walked to the front of the hidden dragon abyss. Under the curious gazes of the two people behind him, he waved his sleeve. Over 1,000 jade bottles immediately flew out from his storage ring and floated in midair. The moment these jade bottles appeared, an extremely frightening cold energy spread out from them. In the empty space, countless ice shards condensed out of thin air. The intense cold energy caused even Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon to raise their eyebrows. These small jade bottles were actually able to release such a frightening cold energy. Just what kind of divine item was contained within these jade bottles? Bang! Immediately, over 1,000 jade bottles exploded simultaneously. At the same time, a large splash of water shot out from these jade bottles. Finally, it was all poured into the hidden dragon abyss below. Almost at the same time, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon, who were behind Xiao Yan, also recognized the large splash of water. Those 1,000 over jade bottles were all filled with icy spirit frost liquid. Chapter 1051. Icy spirit frost liquid. More than 1,000 bottles, they've all been thrown in. This kid is really wasting God's gift recklessly. After discovering that the more than 1,000 jade bottles were filled with icy spirit frost liquid, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon lost control of their emotions. Their faces were full of dumbfounded expressions, and the shock in their hearts was even more unparalleled. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan would be willing to throw more than 1,000 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss without even blinking an eye. This was too rich. Seeing this scene, the heaven-devouring dragon couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he knew that Xiao Yan would throw so much icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss, he would rather Xiao Yan give the icy spirit frost liquid to him. He would naturally use it in the most beneficial way, but looking at the scene before him, it was too late for him to regret. The moment the icy spirit frost liquid was thrown into the latent dragon abyss, an extremely terrifying yin-chi suddenly spread out. The surface of the latent dragon abyss was quickly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the area hundreds of feet below the latent dragon abyss was also filled with ice. A terrifying aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon could clearly feel that the yin-chi in the latent dragon abyss had not only returned to its original peak, but was even more terrifying than before. The icy spirit frost liquid was indeed a creation of heaven and earth. This kind of power was much more terrifying than the sea tribe's accumulation of countless years. After throwing more than 1,000 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change at all. To the current Xiao Yan, the icy spirit frost liquid was really not a precious thing. After all, as long as he had the extreme cold ice soul in hand, he could naturally have as much icy spirit frost liquid as he wanted. When Xiao Yan turned around, he found the heaven-devouring dragon looking at him with an embarrassed smile. Seeing the puzzled expression on Xiao Yan's face, the heaven-devouring dragon said awkwardly, "Elder Xiao, this time around, the heaven-devouring flood dragon had called out Xiao Yan's status as an elder the moment it opened its mouth." In an instant, the relationship between both parties had become much closer. "I wonder if you have any more icy spirit frost liquid? If possible, I hope you can. If you need the icy spirit liquid, I have 100 bottles here. Take it as a token of my appreciation for lending you the hidden dragon abyss." Upon hearing the words of the heaven-devouring flood dragon, Xiao Yan instantly understood. Without any hesitation, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, rays of light once again flew out from the storage ring and floated in front of the heaven-devouring flood dragon. The latter was also startled by Xiao Yan's generous action. Soon after, it hurriedly kept the 100 jade bottles with joy and gratitude. Although the icy spirit glacial fluid wasn't of much use to him, it was a great help to the younger generation of the Sea Serpent clan. The bloodline of the Sea Serpent clan was cold to begin with. With the help of the icy spirit frost liquid, the cultivation of the younger generation of the Sea Serpent clan would definitely increase by another level. This was crucial to the future of the Sea Serpent clan. To one side, Hai Zhantian gently curled his lips. Afterward, he looked at Xiao Yan and glanced him up and down. He smiled. "Not bad, kid. Not bad, kid. You've reached the mid-origin transformation realm in just 4 years. From your aura, you shouldn't be too far away from the late origin transformation realm. Strange, if you had borrowed the energy earlier, you should have been able to reach the late origin transformation realm." Hai Zhantian laughed softly in his mouth. However, he quickly discovered something suspicious. He believed that Xiao Yan definitely had the ability to break through to the advanced level of the origin transformation realm, but why did he not? Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everything has to be done slowly. With that, Xiao Yan grinned. However, he sighed inside. Late origin transformation was not the only thing he could do. If he wanted to, he could break through to returnance in a single stroke. However, he would not be able to endure the consequences of doing so. However, Xiao Yan was extremely satisfied with how things were right now. "Oh, right. I wonder if that kid Blood Crown has returned or not. He used to come here every day, wanting to know when you would emerge. Now that you've emerged, that kid has disappeared without a trace." As if he had thought of something, the heavens-devouring dragon returned to his senses and gently smiled as he shook his head. Compared to Xiao Yan, his son was far too disappointing. After 4 years, he had only broken through to early origin transformation a few months ago. Compared to Xiao Yan, there was basically no comparison between the two of them. "Is Blood Crown not here?" A brilliance immediately blossomed on Xiao Yan's face when Xue Mian was mentioned. Always interacting with old people had caused him to forget that he was merely a young person. Only by walking together with Xue Mian and the others would he be able to feel a relaxed feeling without any pressure. At the very least, he did not need to play any tricks. That kid has gone out with Ling. Recently, something seems to have been discovered in the depths of the Northern Sea, which has attracted quite a few people. The two of them have gone with each other to see what's going on. I've already sent people to follow them, so they'll be fine. Hai Zhantian laughed. Hai Zhantian laughed. He was too lazy to care about the matters of the youngsters. However, after experiencing the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, he became more careful. Whenever Hai Ling went out, there would be experts from the sea race following and protecting her. I never thought I'd see Brother Xiao Yan emerge as soon as I return. Brother Xiao, welcome back. However, it was also at this moment that a hearty laugh suddenly rang out above the stone platform. Afterwards, the space beside the heavens devouring dragon distorted slightly, and Blood Crown appeared. Brother Blood Crown. The two of them immediately gave each other a big hug as soon as they saw each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two of them seemed to have discovered the other two beside them and immediately smiled awkwardly. Afterward, Blood Crown began to tell the three of them about what he had seen and heard on his trip. 2 months ago, not long after Blood Crown had broken through to the origin transformation realm, a dense, poisonous fog had suddenly spread out from an uninhabited island in the depths of the Northern Sea. The poison within the fog was so strong that even some Do Di would not be able to avoid it. There had even been a Do Di who had died from the poison. It was also from that moment onward that the originally desolate and uninhabited island had drawn the attention of various experts in the North Sea. A few days ago, quite a few powerful poison masters in the Northern Sea had rushed over after hearing the news and surrounded the island. The most eye-catching thing was that there was no lack of origin transformation experts among the poison masters. Not long ago, quite a number of experts had launched attacks on the island. After many attempts, the poison fog on the island had finally dissipated by more than half. At the same time, the reason for the poison fog spreading was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. The one who had released the poison fog was not some strange flower or grass, nor was it some high-rank magical beast. It was a person. A woman in a long white dress who appeared as beautiful and moving as an epiphyllum. What shocked everyone even more was that after the poison masters had identified her, they had discovered that the reason this woman could release such a frightening poison fog was because of her naturally frightening physique. Woeful poison body. It was also at this moment that a pretty figure suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind after hearing Blood Crown's description. Could it be her? The thought that suddenly rose in his heart caused Xiao Yan to feel an inexplicable uneasiness from the bottom of his heart. However, Xiao Yan still insisted that she should still be there at this moment. It was impossible for her to encounter such danger. That's right, all of you should take a look at this. A light flashed in Blood Crown's palm as he spoke. A deep blue bead was crushed by him the moment it appeared. Soon after, a clear image appeared in front of the four of them. What was shown in the image was a battle with a great disparity in strength. The battlefield was that small island. When Xiao Yan clearly saw the information that was displayed in the image, the uneasiness in his heart was instantly magnified. At the same time, an emotion that was a mixture of shock and fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart with a loud bang, especially when his gaze saw the extremely beautiful lady wearing a long white dress in the battleground. At the same time, an emotion that was mixed with shock and fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart with a loud bang. The woman who had appeared in the image was someone who should have been living on the Dochi continent. Little Fairy Doctor. Chapter 1052. Little Fairy Doctor. Xiao Yan was flying forward at full speed on the boundless sea. The powerful wind pressure stirred up layers of huge waves in the sea below. Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared from the edge of one's sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan had already carefully inquired about the exact location of the island from Xue Mian when they had left the bottom of the sea earlier. Xue Mian's heart suddenly trembled when he saw the fury in Xiao Yan's eyes that could not be suppressed. He did not dare to hesitate even a little as he hurriedly pointed in the direction of the small island. Soon after, Xiao Yan's frightening speed once again shocked Xue Mian when his body rushed forward. After the heaven-devouring serpent by the side informed him of Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it appeared as though an enormous hammer had violently struck his chest, causing him to be unable to breathe. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. As for the current Xiao Yan, he did not have the mood to bother about these things. His mind was currently filled with the little fairy doctor. He did not know why the latter had come here, but his heart was unable to remain calm when he saw that she had fallen into danger. With his mid-origin transformation realm cultivation, the heaven's end steps, and the winged elephant art, Xiao Yan's speed had reached an unimaginable level. According to what Xue Mian had said, it would take at least 2 hours for an origin transformation expert to travel from the bottom of the sea to the small island. However, Xiao Yan had used all his strength to travel for less than an hour before a small island appeared in the distance. At the same time, the densely packed figures in the sky also appeared in Xiao Yan's vision. These people had come for the woeful poison body. Regardless of what kind of motive they had, they were all people who could be killed and should be killed by Xiao Yan at this moment. Dragons had reverse scales. Those who touched them would be enraged. Xiao Yan's reverse scales were the people he wanted to protect. At the same time, on the island, a group of people were wearing strange smiles as they stared at the beautiful woman who was covered in wounds. Their eyes were filled with greed and lust. He, the woeful poison body is indeed different. Although she is only a 3-star Do-D, she can actually unleash a strength that far exceeds her cultivation. After breaking through to the Do-D level, even the poison in her body has become much stronger. Ha, although we have wasted quite a lot of time, we have finally seen through this girl's strength. If we can find a way to transfer her constitution to our bodies and split it apart, not only will we be able to increase our strength, but we will also be able to prevent the poison from invading our hearts. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He, it's not just 2. I can see that this woman is a rare beauty. Following the strange laughter, a couple of bearded old men wearing long purple robes slowly approached the extremely weak woman in front of them with lewd smiles on their faces. An unwillingness and fury involuntarily surfaced on the woman's pale pretty face when she heard the obscene words being emitted from the mouths of these few people. The back of her teeth violently bit the tip of her tongue. A bloody scent immediately spread in her mouth. At the same time, a dark purple glow surged from deep within her dim pretty eyes. Are you planning to go all out? Ha, I don't like to play with people to death. Among the 5 people who slowly walked forward, a short and fat old man with a small beard laughed in a lewd manner. His body immediately moved. His short and fat body arrived in front of the woman at an unusual speed. His large oily hand was extended forward in an attempt to grab the snow-white neck of the woman. The latter's delicate body suddenly flashed at this moment. She seemed to have narrowly dodged the large hand of the short and fat old man. However, immediately after, a large piece of the long silk dress that was hanging on the lady's shoulder was forcefully torn off. Immediately, a large area of snow-white spring scenery was immediately exposed in the air. Ha, it's only fun when it's torn to pieces. The short and fat old man laughed loudly. He deeply inhaled the fragrant scent of the torn dress in his hand before grabbing at the woman's body once again. Swish! Just as the short and fat old man turned around, a dark purple Do-Chi pillar viciously sliced towards the short and fat old man's throat at lightning speed. Bang! However, the woman's attack was casually broken by the short and fat old man. At the same time, milky white Genesis chi swiftly swirled around the old man's body. Humph, not bad. You still have the courage to launch an attack in such a situation. What an intense wild horse. However, the wilder the horse, the more thrilling it will be to conquer. A lewd laugh was followed by the other 4 people behind him. At the same time, the short and fat old man's body suddenly flashed, appearing in front of the woman at lightning speed. Under the latter's shocked gaze, a palm was sent flying. In the end, despite the woman's best efforts to dodge, it still landed on her right shoulder. Ugh! Fresh blood splattered. The instant it was spat out, it transformed into a blood arrow that ruthlessly pierced towards the short and fat old man's forehead. Stubborn. This time, the short and fat old man simply snorted coldly. His body shook and a powerful aura immediately swept out, shattering the blood arrow that was heading towards him. At the same time, it once again smashed into the delicate body of the lady that was flying backwards. Immediately, the little dough chi that had just agglomerated within her body suddenly scattered. At the same time, the aura of her entire person also instantly fell to the bottom. The moment her lovely body fell to the ground, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Her entire person immediately lost all of her fighting strength. Ha ha ha, the short and fat old man descended with a smile on his face. He walked in front of the woman and a lewd light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the pretty figure lying on the ground. He bent his body and grabbed at the woman's body. Although the woman was not unconscious at this moment, her delicate body could not move at all. She could only watch as the fat hand of the short and fat old man came closer and closer to her body. In the end, swoosh, just as the woman tightly shut her pretty eyes and was prepared to muster all of her strength to seek death, a sharp piercing sound suddenly sounded in this world. Almost at the same time, a dark black flowing light instantly flew in front of the short and fat old man. At the same time, the latter's body also suddenly stiffened. Ah! Soon after, a deafening miserable cry immediately sounded. Only then did everyone present look towards the source of the sound, only to see that the right hand that the short and fat old man had just extended, along with half of his arm, had disappeared without a trace at this very moment. Only scarlet fresh blood continued to spray out. As for the pretty lady that was lying in front of him a moment ago, she had also disappeared at this very moment. When everyone's gazes hurriedly swept over, they saw that not far in front of the short and fat old man, a black-robed young man was gently placing the woman in his embrace on a flat rock behind him. After which, he slowly turned around and raised his head. His extremely cold gaze swept over everyone present. Damn it. It's you, it's you. You broke my hand. I want you to die. The short and fat old man, who was on the verge of going crazy due to the pain, crazily roared. His body was about to charge forward. At the same time, the four purple-robed people behind him and some of the experts behind them also looked at each other with gloomy expressions. They were about to charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, whose expression was extremely ice-cold, suddenly took a step forward. A powerful aura and pressure immediately swept out. At the same time, an extremely cold voice was spat out from his mouth. Whoever moves, dies. Chapter 1053. Whoever moves will die. Ji Han's words rang in the ears of everyone present, but they were quickly followed by a roar of laughter. As for the 5 purple-robed individuals at the very front of the group, their faces were filled with disdain as they released the boundless energy within their bodies and charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of the 5 people who were charging over. The icy cold killing intent in his eyes became increasingly exuberant. When he saw that the short and fat old man at the front of the group was about to arrive in front of him, Xiao Yan's right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. A frightening force agglomerated in his palm in an instant. At the same time, the turbulent and surging energy within the vortex within his body suddenly surged up at this moment. A pale blue flame surged out from deep within his eyes. Soon after, a punch was thrown toward the short and fat old man who was swiftly charging over. Boom! Fist and palm collided, causing a muffled sound to ring out. Terrifying force wrapped in Genesis Chi viciously slammed into the short and fat elder's other hand. The powerful force instantly broke the elder's arm with an unstoppable force, while the remaining force rushed into the elder's body. With a loud bang, the short and fat elder's body was sent flying uncontrollably, his aura fading away as he fell silent. Old 5. The expressions of the 4 individuals immediately changed when they saw that the short and fat elder had been sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yan. They quickly turned their heads as their chilling gazes landed on Xiao Yan. Bastard, where did this stinking brat come from? To think that he dared to injure old 5, he deserves to die. Attack together, kill this brat. A voice that contained a viciousness was spat out. Soon after, the 4 purple-robed people once again charged toward Xiao Yan. All 4 of them were origin transformation experts. One of them had even reached the intermediate level of the origin transformation realm, which was not inferior to Xiao Yan. Now that the 4 of them had attacked together, a frightening aura that seemed to cover the sky pressed down on Xiao Yan. The powerful pressure that shook one's soul pressed down on Xiao Yan to the point that it was difficult for him to breathe. Even so, Xiao Yan did not retreat in the slightest in the face of the 4's combined attacks. Instead, his body violently jerked as 3 giant phantoms of different colors swiftly condensed behind him. They quickly shrank back, covering the surface of Xiao Yan's body layer by layer. Force Elephant Art. Golden Elephant Art. Wing Elephant Art. The 3 elephant art was used together. A tyrannical aura that could reach the sky immediately spread from Xiao Yan's body, causing even the ground beneath his feet to buzz and tremble. Ha! Not only that, Xiao Yan emitted an explosive cry from his mouth at the same time the 3 elephant skill was used. A frightening force and pressure immediately swept out from his body and met the pressure of the 4 people head-on. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pressure of the 4's auras was single-handedly blocked by Xiao Yan. Next, the 4 looked at each other before their figures rapidly flashed, appearing in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. One of them waved his hand, Genesis Chi gathering in his palm as he viciously sent a palm strike towards Xiao Yan's chest. Behind him, the other 3 followed like shadows, their moves mysterious as they attacked Xiao Yan from different directions. Wing Elephant Art. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. His body immediately flashed swiftly and freely shuttled between the 4 of them, easily dodging the combined attacks of the 4 of them. At the same time, a fist heavily smashed into the chest of one of them. A grug sound was heard. At the same time, fresh blood sprayed out and that human figure flew out uncontrollably. Soon after, the other 3 people were also sent flying by Xiao Yan using the same method. However, their fates were undoubtedly much better when compared to the former. Given Xiao Yan's current cultivation, his speed was basically invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level when using the Wing Elephant Art and Heaven Extinction Step. In particular, the Wing Elephant Art could not only increase one's movement speed, but also increase one's speed in all aspects. Be it the transfer of energy, the formation of dose skills or the speed of one's attacks, all of them could be described as demonic. If Xiao Yan were to face off against someone of the same cultivation level, his opponent would definitely not be his match. As for late-stage origin transformation experts, Xiao Yan wanted to give it a try if he were to encounter them one day. He wanted to see just where his current limit was. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan was only thinking about how to kill these people. Of course, this also included those who had made their moves earlier but had stopped in the end. He had said before that whoever moved would die. He would do as he said. Damned brat, don't be complacent too early. You want to fight 1 against 4? Aren't you thinking too simply? The 4 figures gathered together in a sorry state. Each of them looked at each other, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. The chi and blood in their bodies were churning, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. They never thought that this brat who had suddenly appeared would actually possess such strength. Not only did he cause their 5th brother to lose the ability to fight, he had also caught them unprepared. However, even though this was the case, one should not forget that apart from being origin transformation experts, they were also 4 poison masters. For origin transformation poison masters. Attack together, use the corpse-sucking poison. The mid-origin transformation expert among the 4 gave a low shout. The 4 immediately nodded their heads and began forming seals again. At the same time, the milky white Genesis Chi that originally lingered around their bodies strangely turned purple as sizzling sounds rang out from time to time. The 4 waved their hands and purple Genesis Chi began to swirl, swiftly condensing into a large flock of crows in the air. The crows let out strange cries as they viciously charged towards Xiao Yan. Caw 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 caw, the 4 worked together, causing the purple Genesis Chi to transform into countless purple crows that covered the sky as they swooped down towards Xiao Yan. The tremendous number of crows was akin to a giant purple cloud, a sight that would cause anyone who saw it to feel a chill run down their spine. Xiao Yan remained unmoved in the face of this. His body stood straight on the spot. He clenched his right hand and 4 long, black-colored steel needles were agglomerated between his fingers. Just as the countless number of crows were charging over, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeves. Immediately, a pale blue flame pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a long spear that violently charged into the group of crows from the front. A frightening high temperature immediately spread apart. This group of crows that blotted out the sky and covered the land also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Almost at the same time, a pitch-black figure flashed past the 4 of them in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the bodies of the 4 of them trembled. After which, they did not make any more movements. At the same time, the life that had existed in their eyes a moment ago was also gone. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze. His gaze once again landed on those people who had moved their feet earlier. Terror soon followed.